Hey, 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 happy Saturday, everybody. We're back. It's the weekend, and I hope you are all doing amazing, all you beautiful people. Thank you for joining us today, guys. Today we're looking at the Micah Miller case. I'm sure a lot of you have looked into this already. I haven't had a chance to look into it, so we're going to talk about that today and um, whatever else comes about, guys. So thank you guys for joining me today on this rainy, cold Saturday, May 11th, 2024. Again, I hope you're all having a wonderful day. Let's see if we can make it better by hanging out, guys. Let's do this thing and get this show on the road. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Hello, 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 hello. Welcome back, guys. Again, good to see you all on this Saturday. It's crappy here today. Chilly, rainy. It's actually not chilly, it's cold. It's like 42 degrees or something like that. I don't know what your guys' weather's like, but enjoy it if it ain't like this because we're getting teased here past few days. Well, 2 days ago it was like 86 degrees, beautiful sunny skies, not a cloud in the sky, and here we are back to this crap. So it is what it is. Ohio is Ohio. Ohio's Mother Nature here is she's bipolar here, guys. She don't know what she wants to do, when she wants to do it, or how she wants to do it. So looks like we're inside for the day. Tired of cutting grass. It rained so much here recently that it just you cut the grass. I have a lot of grass to cut, but by the time we're done with it, it's growing again. You got to cut it again. You know what I mean? So everybody, as you're coming in, please hit the like button, guys. You know how that goes. If you can, I would greatly appreciate it because YouTube wants to see everybody liking this so they can put it in the algorithm so that other people will come and watch this. And it helps us to do what we do. So please, if you will, hit the like button on your way in the door. It only takes just a second. Leave a little DNA for me if you can. And again, I hope you're all having an amazing start to your day. This morning, it's only 11:30 a.m. I have had lots of coffee. Yes, I've been up since 6:30 this morning because my wife does not know how to sleep anymore. She's so used to being awake. because of her job, she wakes up at 3:34 a.m. and she's on vacation for 9 days now. And she was up at 3:30, turns the TV on. Get your butt out of bed there. Get your coffee going and let's do this thing, folks. Speaking of which, let's see who we got in the house today with us, gracing us with their awesome presence. It looks like the lovely Miss Kimber's in the house. I'm so sorry, Miss Kimber, that I could not continue on last night. I saw you were said you were stimulated after the show at Sorges. I get it. I could have probably gone on too, but my wife decided it was time for us to watch a movie. And I don't see her very often, so whenever, she says, "Let's do this," we do this. So, I'm sorry. I apologize. I hope you made it through the night. Um, but I could have. I could have. So, again, my apologies, dear. I appreciate you. Miss Leslie in the house. Good to see you again, Leslie. Thank you for joining us. Victoria Burgess, welcome back to you. Miss Carolyn Miller, good to see you. North Carolina Mountain Man, what is happening, bro? Good to have you here. Good to see you. Cool. One of the mods, if you could please throw my email in the chat for Mountain Man real quick, please. I'd appreciate that very much. Miss Tomboy, it's time to get your butt out of bed, get your coffee going, and hang on with us. Come on now. Come on now. Good to see you here. Miss Bonnie Bailey, always a pleasure, my dear. Great to have you here. Great to see you. Mr. Papa in the house. What's up, Faux Papa? Good to see you, bro. Good to have you here. I hope your weather's better than ours. I know it probably isn't because we're neighbors and it's about the same. Miss Brandy B, the OG. Never a doubt in my mind I'll see you today. Thank you for being here again, dear. I hope you're having a great day. The lovely Miss Sherry, Miss Wisdom Speaks is in the house. Thank you for joining me as well. Appreciate you very much. Welcome back, Paula, from Prying Paula, I should say. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate you very much. Ace's Mama, welcome back to you. Good to see you today. Miss Megan, thank you for being here today. I appreciate you coming from Vermont. Always wanted to go to Vermont. That's pretty cool. Let's see here. Moni in the middle. Welcome back to you. Thank you for joining us. Great to see you today. Apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you very much. Miss Victoria, great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you very much. Great to have you here. Miss Kimberly Lotz, always happy to see you in here with us. I appreciate you very much. I think I sent you an email, ma'am. And I don't know if you received it or not, but or even if you could have sent one back. I didn't check this morning, but I'd like to get together with you as well. Let me see here. Thank you again for joining us, Miss Kimberly. QRPB, welcome back to you. Good to see you today. DS is in the house. Welcome back, D. Baby Firefly, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. T2014, welcome back to you. Let's see here. Excuse me. P Fox, morning. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you very much. Let's see. Maxi Doodle. Hey, good to see you here. Good to have you. Thank you for joining us today. Let me jump up on in here. Miss Kells, welcome back. Great to see you. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Neil Homestead again, back in the house. Thank you for joining us today, Mr. Neil. Appreciate you, brother. Miss Kimberly, thank you for joining us. Great to see you. There's my email address, Mountain Man, right there, bro. If you want to take that in. SK216. Thank you for joining it. Oh, hey, Cindy. And what's going on? Cindy Curve in Big Ohio. Ow. What's up, big man? Good to see you if you're out there. Appreciate you very much joining us. Thank you, Mountain Man. I appreciate that. Let me see. Yeah. Show. One of you guys, can you go over and let Miss Molly know we're here, just in case she's available, if she wants to be here. Ba-dum, ma-dum. I am in Northeast Ohio, Kimber. About I can't remember. I always mess it up. Like about 40 minutes south of Cleveland. Thank you, Brandy. There's the email address. You already sent it though, but thank you, Brandy, very much. One shot's in the house. Welcome back. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. David Clayton, how are ya? You been? I know I haven't been watching the Muppets, but I don't know where that song even got into my head at. Welcome, Miss Dutchie. Good to see you today. Hope you're having a great day. And thank you for joining us. Mama Bear's in the chat today. I don't know if she's going to be joining us or not. She's probably working again, as always. Thick infant, or should I say fat baby Toodles, because we can say it in here. Welcome back. Good to see you, Toodles. Great to have you here, as always. We got 54 beautiful peeps in the house, guys, and 34 likes. Come on now. We can make that match. Oh, shit. I know where that's at. Wadsworth. Hell yeah. I'm actually not that far from there. A friend of mine used to work out there. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Awesome sauce. Miss Andy Rose, welcome back to you, darling. Good to see you today. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend. So far, let me see. I'm just making sure I'm covering everybody. As I said to everybody, we're going to be looking into, because I'm late with everything. You know, I'm always doing something else. So, but it's not a race. Everybody else has already covered it, talked about it, so on and so forth. But I would like to look into the Micah Miller case. There's a lot of crazy things that have happened in this one. I'm sure you guys have all seen and heard it, but I'll be doing it my way, so that'll make it a little different at least. Mr. SRB, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Miss Cassie probably won't be joining us. She's doing her thing today, which is absolutely wonderful. Enjoy your day, Miss Cass. Absolutely, Miss Dutchie. No problem. Be safe out there. Wayne Kirsty, good to see ya. I'm waiting to see if she jumps in here. She might not do it because she knows what I do. So she might still be sleeping. It is her birthday, so she can sleep in. Miss Clue. Yes, it is Miss Clue's birthday. You know what, Megan? You're right. It does. It's got a lot of the same aspects to it, you know? You talking about Clue, probably. So make sure you guys go to her community page, or if you guys have her on anything, just wish her a happy birthday and wish her a great day because she deserves it. As does anybody when it's their birthday. So she's probably not going to come in here on purpose because, like I said, she knows what I do with birthdays. So who knows? Who knows? Who knows? But I hope she has a great day. Let me see. Did I get everyone? I think I did. It's in here so far. We got 59 peeps in here, guys. Share this out if you will, please. And please, please, please hit the like button as you come through the door. Let's see. Miss Dutchie says, Mike is from my hometown. She started attending my church up the road from me. Great info on Fitz News from Will Folks. Wow. Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Miss Dutchie. I appreciate that very much. Oh, very, very much. Let me see something here. As my dogs are in the background play wrestling. They sound like they're trying to kill each other, but they're just playing. It's crazy. Make the weirdest noises, I swear. You could hear it. It's insane. Again, thank you, Dutchie. And Miss Megan. Interesting. Very interesting. That being said, I guess you get it then, Miss Megan. So everybody, please wish Miss Megan a happy, happy birthday, as I'm going to do right about now. Happy birthday, Miss Megan. I hope you have the very best day that you possibly can, because everybody deserves to have a great day on their birthday. Um, and again, guys, if everybody could wish her a happy birthday, please. And of course, everybody on their birthday deserves um, a birthday cake. So here's your cake from me, Miss Megan. There you go. Not the greatest one, but hey, it is what it is. What thing about the hearts? Well, there anyway. There's your cake, Miss Megan. Make a wish and blow out your candles. There you go. Have the most wonderful day you can, dear. I hope you do. I really do. And thank you for joining us and being part of this community. I really appreciate that as well. What thing with the balloons are you guys talking about? Or what are you talking about there? Um, Mrs. Dem. Welcome APRN 35. Uh um B Williams, welcome back to you. Virginia Wolf, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Uh I know, Brian Paula. We should remember the thing that sends hearts up in the air if you push it. Makes it what where do I have that? I don't see that on here. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand. Hold on. Oh, that thing over there in the on that side. I don't know how to take that stuff off of there. I don't, honestly. I didn't add that. It was just there when I started up. Uh, I don't know if you can move it or something. I'll have to look into it. I'll do my best though, I promise. I will try to figure something out to make it easier for you guys. Uh, okay. I'll look into it. Um, it is. I know it is annoying. I don't know why they put it right there because it's very hard to. It makes it hard for me. Like if I'm trying to pin something in chat and that thing, I have to wait until I can get the chat to move sometimes. So I will definitely see if I can find somebody to show me how to fix it or remove it or do something with it. Um, hold on a minute. Interesting. Thank you, Tomboy. That's cute. Birthday pie monster. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Welcome, Summer Vibes. Good to see you. Well, it's on my computer though, Sherry. That's the thing. I have it sitting on. I'm on my PC and I'm looking at it. It's in my bottom of my computer too. So I'll figure something out. I'll look into it or watch a YouTube video on how to fix it or change it or something. It probably is in the customizations. I'll imagine to think. Thank you, SRB. If anybody'd like to join the community and you have an iPhone, a lot of people struggle with that. That right there is the way to do it. How Miss SRB put that link up. Thank you very much. Yes, Miss Paula, no problem. Um, Gene Anderson, welcome. Great to see you today. I hope you're having a wonderful weekend. Thank you for joining us. Again, everybody, please, if you will, wish Miss Megan the best day she can have. It is her birthday. She is 21 years young. Don't question me, just let it be what it is. I don't know how old she is. I was just saying that just to say it, but I'm sure she's a little bit tiny bit older than that, but I'll just call it 21 and be good with it. Oh, wow. What a crappy day. Well, I wasn't going to do that to you, but okay. No need to be ashamed. 40 is the new 30. Everyone gets hit by the pie monster in their birthday. Well, except the manager. I got you. Okay. So we're at 64 peeps here, 58 likes, guys. Let's throw it up there a little bit more and please share this out and get as many peeps in here as we can. Um, so we can get this in the algorithm and make YouTube happy. Um, so a lot of you guys, I'm sure, have been following this case. I have been, but haven't been at the same time because of everything else that's been going on. Um, so, so, it makes it a little bit hard. You know what I mean? Um, let me see something here. I worry on the weekends. Oh my God, Molly found that. We were talking yesterday about old school stuff, perfumes and stuff. And Molly, like I was talking about the Malibu Musk one, she sent me pictures of it. So I knew I wasn't crazy. I remember a couple girls I dated in high school wore that stuff. And I liked the way it smelled. I just couldn't remember for a long time what it was. Yes, and again, I want to say happy early Mother's Day to all you awesome mamas out here. that are the most amazing creatures on the planet to be able to do the things you guys do to create human life and raise it into prospering adults. I mean, it's insane to think about it, guys, but you guys are amazing. To be able to do the things you do. I have the utmost absolute beyond any level I can explain respect for mothers, for women in general. I always have. If anybody that's been with me for a long time knows that. I'll never understand what the plan was when they created man and woman. Well, when God created man and woman, and why they gave so much to the women to handle, and us, I mean, we have some stuff we got to deal with, but nothing like what you guys have had to deal with. Never, 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 never. You know, it's just not fair. So I have nothing but respect for all of you ladies. Good morning, Miss Salty. Good to see you. And mothers are just amazing creatures. They absolutely are. I mean, creatures like the creature, but you know what I meant. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Yeah, I was kind of a little bit too salty because I had other things too. Thank you, Kimberly Lots. I appreciate that very much. I just don't think it's fair, Carolyn, that's the way things were put together. But hey, it is what it is. So you ladies, if nobody's doing it for you tomorrow, please make sure that you do some extra special things for yourselves because you deserve it. You really do. Welcome, Mind of Monsters. No, I was not comparing you to the creature. I promised you that, Salty. I knew when I said it, it was going to come off that way. That's not what I meant, but I know you guys know what I meant. So please take some extra time for yourselves tomorrow because you deserve every single bit of it and then some. Sit down for a little bit, do your nails, go get your nails done, get your hair done. Go to a spa. Make somebody take you out to dinner, to lunch, to breakfast, whatever it is. So all of you guys in here, if you're listening, take care of your moms and your wives and your sisters that are mothers, every one of you guys, please, 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 because these ladies deserve the world on a silver platter. They really do. Nothing but respect for every one of you. Jesus, Brandy. If I add up all my kids' ages, I've been a mother for 56 years. No wonder you're always tired. I know it. Well, and Matthew is a handful. He's an amazing, amazing little guy, but he's a handful. I have more respect for Brandy than I can ever explain because of how she handles that situation. She's amazing with him, and absolutely, I bet. I know most of you guys, your kids will take care of you, but if you don't have them around, and if you know, do something for yourselves, you absolutely deserve it. That's all I'm saying. 33, 32, 31, 26, and 2 of them are bonus heathens. Yeah, gotta love the bonuses, right? I'm a mother, a grandmother, and a great grandmother. I've met Carolyn's son. A few of us have met Carolyn's son. He's a very, very, very awesome gentleman, very smart, knows his law. So I'm sure that he will be doing something very nice for Miss Carolyn. And if for those of you that are mothers of fur babies, take care of yourself. Do something nice for yourself because that's just as important, guys. Great to see you today, Mind of Monsters. Miss Kim Marin, welcome to you. Thank you for joining us. I can't believe that, Kimber. If that's your picture, I never imagined you had a 32-year-old child, let alone a 39-year-old. Wow. That is crazy. Walt Harris in the house. How are you, sir? There you go, Miss Paula. It's Walt Harris. I got you, bro. I got you. I bought my mom a snow cone maker. My wife doesn't have any kids, and I'm a much better mom to our pets. So, a happy Mother's Day, Walt. That goes to everybody. If there's any fathers out here that have been the mother, same to you. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I get it. Well, you're doing well, Miss Kimber. You very much are. So good, and congratulations to you for that. No summer vibes. No, no, no. I know people have been confused about that. The Brandy on here is not my wife. My wife's name just happens to be Brandy as well. That's all. Miss Brandy in here has been a moderator and a subscriber and a friend to me for the past we're going on 3 years now, Brandy. Um, so that's all. Definitely, that's all. That's very awesome. Yes, Walt, no problem. No worries whatsoever, my friend. Oh, no, I understand. Well, no, everybody thought Mama Bear was my wife for a while. I think some people still do, but she's not. No, my wife is completely separate from all this. She just comes through and says hi to people and appreciates how everybody treats me in here, and that's all that stuff. So, yeah, it's about 3 years of staying. It's getting close to it. Gone by very quickly too. It's crazy, isn't it? Evie Marie's in the house. Welcome, Miss Evie. Good to see you today. There's my doodle. Hello, hello. Good to see you, Doodlebug. Hope you're having a great day. And thank you for joining us. Yeah, there's the mama bear. Yeah, there's been a few times people have said, "Is that your wife sitting next to?" Nope, nope, nope. We're just good friends. That's all. And she's the other half of my brain. I couldn't do this without her half the time. Thank you very much, Miss Kimber. I appreciate that, and so does she. I promise you. Yeah, Joby, my girls are 39, 37, 22, 21, 17, 17. Good grief. You have 11 kids, Leslie? I thought I had 7. I thought I was bad. Wow. Good Lord Almighty. Mother's Day was the 10th in March. Well, happy late belated Mother's Day to you, Moni, in the UK. I did not know that. I'm sorry. Um, that's right. That's right. Thank you, Mountain Man. 2 daughters, and those are grandkids. Okay, I was gonna say, good Lord Almighty. Yes, I have. Welcome, Holly. I have a. Thank you, Andy, very much. I have a daughter that just turned 31. Yes, I have a daughter that's 30. I have a son that's 29. I have 3 sons that are 28, and then Mr. Caden, who's going to be 18 in a couple weeks. I'm doing good, Mr. Steve. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Awesome stuff. And then I have, those are my children, and then I have, uh, 6 grandchildren total. You guys have seen Miss Junie. The little guy with the hat yesterday is my grandson Zay, or Xavier. And then I have the other 3 I showed you guys that belong to my oldest child. And then I have my other granddaughter, um, from my other child. This one here, Angioletta. She's 7, same age as Juniper, or Letty. My son calls her Letty, but her real name is Angioletta. Um, I have a 9-year-old little girl who hit the game winning for stop. Well, that's awesome. Yes, sir. Proud papa there. Grand heathens. 13, 12, 11, and 6 grand heathens. There you go. Miss Carolyn's great grandson, 3 granddaughter, almost 7. There you go. See, you guys are all blessed with all these beautiful kids. Absolutely. 100%. And the 12 and 11 are oh, that's cool. Very I have a set of twins as well, and they're Irish. Yes. Thank you, Salty. And guys, if you will, speaking of Salty, there is the link to her awesome and amazing channel. Please check it out. Subscribe, show some love. And when you go over there, guys, go over there looking for truth and facts because that's all Salty puts out and refuses to do anything less than that. So please go check it out. Show some love and subscribe. You won't be disappointed. I can promise you that much. Very, very much. Again, Salty is basically one of my producers as well because she helps me produce quite a bit, right along with Doodle and Miss Molly. Um, I hope Miss Molly's doing good this weekend. All right, all right, all right. All right, guys. So we got 93 peeps in here, 71 likes. Let's try to make that match. I'm gonna get some things rolling. We've been gabbing enough. There again, speaking of Molly, there's Molly Drake. She's super creative. Check out her channel as well if you will. Please. A little bit different than what we do here. It's a little more like the paranormal and stuff like that, but she's really amazing. She does a lot of cool stuff and she's very creative. So please subscribe and check it out if you guys could. It would be greatly appreciated. Lori Blythe, welcome. Everybody has a show. I don't think SRB would have time to do a show, to be honest with you. Big Ohio Al's mom. My mother-in-law has 5 kids and 22 grandkids. Good Lord Almighty. In ages 4 to 25, we have 4 kids, 3 boys, 18 through 22, and 25, 1 daughter. Good Lord. Hey, that's the only way to be a big Italian family. Forget about it. I'm telling you. Yes, man. That's awesome. That is a big man. Every time I look at the picture, I'm like, God, it's a big dude. His name is fitting. That's fact. Big Ohio Al. Molly leaves her basement. Molly, wake up. Wake up, Molly. Can you hear us, Molly? Yes, Melanie Bear's got 15-year-old and 2 and 14-year-old twins. Yes, she does. And of course her fur babies too. Miss Cammy, welcome and happy Mother's Day to you, my dear. I have a oh my God, what? I have a 27-year-old. He's my one and I thought you looked to be 27. You guys have I'm telling you a lot. I look at your pictures on here and I can't imagine you guys having some of you having adult children, let alone children that are these ages. It's insane. Let's see. Miss Sherry says Molly stayed up capturing the sky last night. Oh, okay. Thank you, Sherry. Yeah, Molly's got some really cool stuff in her, like her pictures and stuff in her channel, guys. I've shown you pictures of what I would call. You're the same age. There you go, Cammy. That's all that matters. At least you understand it. You know, it makes sense then, right? It does. It makes perfect sense. Meatballs in the house. I love my son's girlfriend, and he calls her his passenger seat princess. That's awesome. I love that. I love that. That's cool as hell. Molly's channel is Molly Drake. It's called Paula. It's hard to find. So there's the link right there. It's on the screen. SRB put it in the chat. If you click on it, it'd be a lot easier to go to. It when you type it in, it brings up other channels that have the same type name, and it's hard to find her stuff. So wait, you're saying me and you are the same age? I took that wrong. There's no way in hell, Cammy, that we're the same age. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna be 50 in November. That makes 0 sense. I don't know. I don't know what you guys have found the fountain of youth or something. I don't get it, but whatever. Golf Inspector General's in the house, has become a member again. That's awesome, Golf. Thank you for joining us and for becoming a member of the community again. That's awesome. Thank you, Paula. And I know Molly will appreciate it very much. Um, let me see something here, guys. I wanted to show you. Yeah, Molly is very talented. She's the one that came up with my initial intro here. You know, the whole thing I play before I start up. She did that for me, put that together. And she does a lot of her own stuff on her channel as well. Um, one second here. So, okay. Bring that back over here and pull this up here. One moment, guys. Just give me one moment. Where did it go? I need to go through and sort some of this stuff. I have too much stuff in here. So, this case that we're talking about today is a very sad situation, a very sad case. Um, there's going to be different feelings about this case from everyone, I'm sure. Okay. Um, this lady that we're talking about was married to a pastor of a congregation for a church, of course. Um, her name is Micah Miller. She's a very, very young, in my opinion, a very pretty lady, and unfortunately took her own life. That is where it's at for right now, based on what we've been told and what has been put out. Okay. Um, there's a lot of other little pieces of this that are attached now that is very, very interesting. Yes, very beautiful young woman. And it's very sad that whatever, if this is true, how this happened, all's well that ends well. Welcome. Um, and if it's true that it comes out to be 100% true, she did this. It's very sad that this is how things had to get things that were that things had to get to this point for her, and it's horrible that she couldn't have gotten the help she deserves to be able to continue to live her life. So, um, again, for those of you that aren't familiar, of course, I always like to give a little intro into it, but there's so much on this. So I'm going to kick this one off for you guys. This way. Okay, one second here.
Ahead has just been ruled a suicide. Of a pastor's wife found shot in the head has just been ruled a suicide, but her friends and family still have questions about social media posts she made shortly before her death.
It's an ocean of grief following the mysterious death of a pastor's wife. Mourners attend a beach memorial in her honor as questions linger over the circumstances of Micah Miller's passing.
We're all a little suspicious of the events that led up to this woman's death.
Today, cops are confirming that 30-year-old Micah took her own life. Micah was the women's ministry leader at the Solid Rock Church in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
God sees all, God hears all, He knows all.
She was also married to the church pastor, John Paul Miller. Her body was found in a state park. She had a gunshot wound to the head. The next day, her husband announced her death to the stunned congregation.
I got a call late last night. My wife has passed away. And it was self-induced.
Here's Lisa Guerrero.
Suspicion surfaced among Micah's friends and family after it was learned that the pastor and his wife were divorcing. Micah's family allege in court papers that he was abusive during the marriage and that Micah feared her husband and wanted to escape from the relationship.
The court papers allege Micah told her sister, "If I end up with a bullet in my head, it was not by me, it was JP. JP is her husband's initials. And there is this video that Micah recently posted on Facebook.
You don't have to stay in a abusive relationship.
A Justice for Micah rally was held outside the church.
Justice for Micah!
But today, cops revealed that Micah called 911 to say she was going to kill herself. They say this photo shows her buying a gun just hours before she took her life. They also released the 911 call she made.
Tell me what's happened.
I'm about to kill myself, and I just want my family to know where to find me.
Cops say the pastor was not in town when his wife died. He's been quoted as telling a reporter he never hurt his wife in any way. Now, if you or anybody you know is struggling with mental health, help is available. There's a suicide and crisis lifeline. There's just 3 numbers, 988.
So there it is, you guys. I don't know. Listen, we're going to get into her husband, JP, the pastor. I have my own issues with him. I don't know, and nobody does at this point for sure, that he had anything. Okay, Mama Bear, cool. I'm excited. Thank you. That he had anything specifically personal to do with what happened to her. But there's how can I say it? There's a lot of belief that at the very least, what he has done throughout their marriage and their relationship very well may have pushed her to do this. Okay. The 911 call is we're going to play it, the whole thing. Okay. And it's just very strange. I've heard many 911 calls doing what I've done. Okay. I've never heard anybody that calm. Now, to me, it sounds to me as though, if that was the case, she was okay with what her decision was, which I don't see how anybody ever could be. It was her decision. If she did this like this, is what I'm saying, you guys. I don't want this to sound wrong. But it sounds to me like this was her choice to do what she was doing, and she was just making sure that her family was going to be able to find her. Now, there's a whole story about the gentleman that found her that's very sad as well. We'll get into all that stuff as well. But I have a lot of questions about this. I'll just put it that way, okay? There's a good point there, Golf. There's so many toxic relationships. It seems sad because it sounds like a mental break. Right. 100%. And it happens, guys. It happens. But why was she not extended the help she should have had at this point? Was she afraid to reach out to anybody because of what was going on in her life? There's so many questions that I have, and we're going to cover a lot of that stuff, and I really want to talk about this case because I have my questions about what led to this, what actually happened with this, and other things involved. Purple Peony, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Agreed. Agreed. Like I said, this very well could have been all her decision to do with nobody forcing her to do it. And it comes off that way at this point. That doesn't mean that there was nothing that pushed her to this point. And I truly feel that this, especially with her being so into the religion that she was into, I have a question with that, you know. See, this is what I'm saying. I don't understand why she couldn't get the help she needed. She kept filing for no contact orders and they would do nothing because I believe it. This is my opinion. It's not a fact, but my opinion is because the man was a pastor and you know, that had some form of pull and they thought it wasn't an issue. It obviously is. I have a video that I saw of her being stalked by this guy. You know, it's just sad. Everything about this is sad and was unneeded. She could have been helped in a lot of different ways. So, Astro from space, welcome. Good to have you here today. JP has police officers and judges from his church. There you go. This is what I'm talking about. These things should not happen. It just shouldn't happen. I don't care. You know, people take advantage of their power in a lot of senses, and I think that's wrong. Welcome, Mittens for Kittens. And these things happen because of that. We've seen it, guys. We know, you know, when you're driving somebody, this woman, in my opinion, probably felt that she had no other direction to turn. No matter what she did, she wasn't getting the help she needed. No matter what she did, she couldn't get away from him. He wouldn't let it go. And this relationship started in a very bad way. Okay, I'll just put it that way. From what I understand, she was very young, part of the youth group. He became friends with her, and things progressed from there, and it turned into this. And I just don't understand why it was allowed. Okay, why he was repeatedly, why he not repeatedly, I'm sorry, why he was able to do what he's done and groom, in a sense, possibly this lady who became his wife. It's very, very strange, the whole thing. Prophets C, welcome. Good to see you and have you here. My mom struggled with no contact orders. My dad, they won't do it till divorce finalized. Very sad. It is. Good Lord, is that okay? If I'm crazy, prophets, your photo looks like Alyssa Milano. That's crazy. But very that's sad, but it's an actual a very good point, prophets. David says they say it's the coward's way out. I disagree. Well, that Leslie and as well. I'm not. I just highly disagree with it too. But you know, some people don't see. Sometimes I don't even know how to say what I'm trying to say. Thank you, Zelda. Hey, Tina B, good to see you. I just don't understand why she couldn't get the help she needed. You know, and the man was a pastor. Was let go from there. Okay, he stalked her. He had a girlfriend. I don't. If he had moved on and had a girlfriend, why? Just leave her alone. I don't understand it. You know what I mean? I have, David. I have my best friend Angie. We were friends since kindergarten. She's passed away from cancer. The love of her life. She never went and got into a real relationship after this. When we were 18 years old, this was to be her husband. He shot himself in front of her because he had some issues. And I dealt with that with her and him. And so, yeah, I'm not a fan of it at all. Of course, nobody is, but yeah, I'm highly against it. And I don't know. he kept telling Ellie that she had mental illness, so they ignored her. And because he was a pastor, they just took his word. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of abuse of power that goes on in the world today, folks. And it's not good. It's not good at all. I'm glad she stole money from that church. She deserves more than the 1,200 she took. I don't know anything about that at that point, but she knew too much about his misuse of funds from the church, and he was afraid she would expose him. Well, see, there's a lot of little things to this too, guys. I think she had her brain. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, he groomed her, in my opinion. Okay. He groomed her and molded her to be whatever he wanted her to be. And then, ended up in a relationship with her. And he just didn't want to. I'll have to check that out, Astro. He didn't want to, let go of the control he had over her. It's very, very sad. Gaslighting is an understatement, but yes. So let's see here. I'm going to jump up with this first. This is from 11 hours ago. This is a newer scenario, and we'll listen to this here, and then we'll move into some other things with it. So, guys, thank you again for joining me. Please make sure you're hitting the like button so that we can get this in the algorithm. And here we go. And then, of course, once we talk about this, if we need to, or not if we need to, we can open up the phone lines and or the panel and talk about this if everybody can express their feelings about it. That's a huge statement there, Salty, and a very big and a very true statement in my opinion. Very true statement in my opinion. Thank you, Salty.
I am joined now exclusively by Micah's father, Michael Francis, and her big sister, Destiny Barrientos. Thank you to both of you. And may I just say I am so sorry to be meeting you under these circumstances. And my heart goes out to your family in dealing with what you are coping with. I cannot imagine being in your shoes. Michael, if I may begin with you, you feel that the investigation has been less than complete, to say the least, on Micah's death. What do you believe happened? What is your theory of how Micah died?
My theory of how Micah died? Well, I know she was pushed to the brink. I know that there is no reason for her to be out there in that area. We've never been there. She's never been there. My theory is broad right now. There's bruises on her hand. There's injury to her other arm, like a handprint, and these things were not documented, and they do not show up for no reason. And we were not satisfied with the answers that we were given in the entirety. It didn't seem like enough was done, and we just want more answers. We want more checking into this.
And Destiny, the investigators still have not released Micah's personal possessions, like her cell phone in particular, which is a pretty critical piece of evidence. Tell me why it is so important for the family to get those things back.
Micah had been gathering information to help with her divorce for quite a while, previous to her commitment to the hospital that was unwilling. She had all of her stuff on her phone at that time and her laptop. When she was committed against her will, John Paul had went to the hospital to pick up her items, deleted all of her information off of those items, and held them till they were past the date that we could recover anything. So it's very vital for us to get this cell phone that she currently had, because we do believe that there could be quite a bit of evidence on there.
Michael, one of the things that I think has stuck with a lot of people is that Micah met John Paul when she was in the youth ministry in the church, when she was just 14, right, and he was a leader in the church. That did not escape a lot of people. Ultimately, they ended up married. But is there something that you and the family know or feel or believe about Micah's claim that she was being groomed from the time she was a child?
Absolutely. Yes, her demeanor changed over time, and she became more and more compressed, less and less of herself. And as soon as they got married, her behavior went downhill fast as far as being her lively, jovial self. And she seems to be more sad, more under control, and didn't seem to be her free self, didn't seem to be able to accomplish things she wanted to without him causing them to end. She would do something amazing, and he would shut it down and would not repeat function. I just believe he really compressed her. I really believe that he just sucked the life right out of her and caused her to go downhill from the moment after they got married, the moment after he forced her to have a certain surgery. And she had a violent reaction from the anesthesia. And he took advantage of that.
What kind of surgery are you saying he forced her to have?
I would rather not say.
Okay, I understand. But I do want to pull on that thread a little. Do you believe that John Paul Miller had inappropriate sexual contact with Micah before she was legally allowed to be in that kind of a relationship? Do you think there could be charges in terms of the age difference between them?
Right. I'm unaware of anything that occurred when she was still a young teen, 14 or so. Destiny, do you have anything? I'm not sure.
As far as him reaching out to her and continuously texting her while she was a teen, he convinced her to get away from our family during her teens, told her that he would find different households for her to live in within the church to get her away from our family, as well as he helped her get a car and told her to find adults and tell them stories that they could trust, to get her away from our family. And that's how he initially isolated her during her teens.
Do you think, Destiny, that he was having a sexual relationship with her when she was underage?
That I can't lay any claim to. I'm not exactly sure to the extent of the relationship at that time, other than the getting her away from the family, getting her to talk to other people and putting her in homes of other family members. But that is when I believe that the initial grooming did start.
And Destiny, just describe some of the changes that you saw in your sister after she married John Paul.
Micah was so full of life. She was funny and energetic, someone that just lit up every room that she walked into. And once they were together, especially for that first initial couple years, I mean, she just deteriorated. She was not herself. You could see that maybe she was you could see just the downfall in her personality as far as becoming sad or trying to put on a mask to not let people in of her own private, from what I'm finding out, on her own private hell.
Michael, is there a chance that you and your family will launch any kind of civil litigation against John Paul Miller, whether it's wrongful death or whether it's an encouragement for the police to launch criminal charges for anything they may discover in the evidence that we've been able to unearth, the stalking and the harassment, the physical evidence and the admissions and the emails, even to our producer, that he had done those things?
Absolutely. We're going to push for every law that can help and push for laws that don't even exist yet. We need a lot of support. We need people that can help write new laws if necessary, and staff this situation to springboard forward and protect Micah and also protect anybody else in the future. And we'll definitely pursue that. Wrongful, everything. He has caused terrible pain and tragedy throughout this.
Michael, what was the last conversation you had with your daughter, Micah?
It was about, it was the day before, gosh. It was basically about how things were going. I was talking with her about music, and we wanted to do some recording, and she just absolutely had no signs of anything drastic in her life that would be that bad. She did mention that she was feeling some depression, and she was didn't understand. She didn't understand why this pressure was coming back, because she was feeling better and better the longer she was away from John Paul. And I believe it's due to the stalking and the slashing her tires and causing her just pressure, as she felt like she was had to look over her shoulder all the time. So she felt like she needed a weapon to protect herself. So, this is not normal. She was not in a situation where we would think, oh, we need to be watching her, or, I left, she was doing fine. She had a job, she was moving forward. And then suddenly, here we go. Here we are.
Michael Francis and Destiny Barrientos, thank you so much for being on the program and sharing this information. And please keep us apprised of anything that happens in the coming days and weeks. I really appreciate you doing this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
All right. So again, I'll be honest with you guys. This kind of reminds me. Jesus.
Hi. Oh my God, that was awesome.
Yeah, you got me. You win.
I've been here for like 5-10 minutes, dude.
My mom and dad were just here. They had Caden this morning, brought him back, so I had to handle that at the same time as trying to listen to this, and I wasn't even paying attention. Good God.
Obviously. Gotta make sure that ticker's still working.
Yeah.
Hi, Paula. Good to see you, hon.
Wow. Anyway, hi.
Hi.
How are you today?
I'm great. How are
Jesus.
you?
I'm just great. I'm definitely awake. So what I was saying real quick, Lacey Ann, welcome. Good to see you. Natalia Poole, thank you for joining us. Mind of Monsters is in the house, everybody. All's well that ends well. Mr. D Nice, Donnie, good to see you, my friend. Good to have you here. I don't think I missed anybody. If I did, I will catch up with you, I promise. So this reminds me in a lot of ways of the Gabby Petito situation. Now, everybody's going to say, well, what do you mean they're not the same, they're this or that. They're not, but they are, okay? Because I kind of feel like in Gabby's case, Brian controlled everything she did, in my opinion, okay? He was in control of her emotions. Welcome, LA, good to see you. He was in control of what she did. And if she didn't do things the way he wanted to, he made her miserable. Okay. So that's why I'm saying it kind of has that feel to it to me a little bit. So I don't know, guys. This is a really sad situation. You are good at, yes, she's very good at scaring me because she's very quiet and sneaky. And the thing is, guys, is she has as much, if not more control of all this than I do. So she can do whatever she wants, how she wants. That's why this happens all the time. But yeah, that's what I mean, Lacey, by the abuse. The abuse side of it is a lot the same. It just gives me the same feeling per se. Say hi, Caden.
Hi.
Hey, Caden.
Straight Talker 76. Can you back up a little bit? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. So that's what I'm saying. The story itself, no, obviously it's a whole different situation, but still, the feeling, maybe the feeling of hopelessness that Gabby may have had, because I feel like she did. Things like that. That's why I feel like it's very possibly in the same realm of abuse and things like that. Really, Popper.
That's how I feel when I turn on you.
Yeah, thank you, bro. Appreciate you very much. Gotcha. Let me see here. All right, guys. So there's a lot to this, like I said. So we're gonna have you followed this at all, Mama Bear, until today, or
Not a whole lot. Just kind of read bits and pieces here and there. But they had a lot of questions in the chat, so I've been writing some down.
Oh yeah. It is that's another good point, Sherry. Like the Ellen Greenberg case.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And these are the differences here. Yes, the whole Laundrie family was very, very not nice to her, and a lot of things could have been different. So yeah, I can agree with that too. So moving on.
Megan.
Today's Miss Megan's birthday.
Astro from space. I don't know. I see you, so you're not blocked then.
Why are they asking questions or something?
They just said, why am I blocked? Yeah.
You're not blocked at all. You're right there on the screen. Why would you think you were blocked? If you were blocked, you could not be up on that screen.
Because I've seen several of your comments.
Yeah, I've been seeing your comments. I said hello to you earlier. That's a good point. Yeah, that's how these guys operate. And Miss Brandy, that's true. Miss Brandy says she can see you too, Astro. And Kim sees you too. So no, you're not blocked at all. It could have just been that the chat, sometimes the chat rolls a certain way if there's decent amount of people in here, and it makes it look like you're skipping or something. It's okay. It happens. No worries.
Yeah, if it gets moving pretty good and everybody's talking at once,
your messages don't
fly.
Show up. Yeah,
away.
They overlap and stuff. So sorry about that.
So you're good, hon.
Okay, so hold on a minute here.
All right, one of the questions somebody had, which I think was Noni, I didn't write down who asked these, was do you know if there was a life insurance policy and who the beneficiary was?
I don't. Not yet, at least. I don't as of yet. Welcome, One Shot. Good to see you. So like I said, with this story, it's obvious, at least to me, and it's my opinion. So I shouldn't say it's obvious. It's my opinion that this gentleman very, very well groomed this lady from a very young teenage age to this point right here, and did not like the fact that he no longer had control of her. In turn, it became what it was, So, hold on a minute here. There's so much on this that I have tried to pull out.
Paula, you have to put because it's the Astro from space.
Jess.
Oh, you just saw it.
So, backing up here. No, we're not listening to you again, Ashley. I'm sorry.
No.
One moment here. Looks like everybody's on this.
Natalia was who arrested?
Are you talking about JP? No. If that's the question. He was not.
And somebody asked something about I'm assuming JP harassed a News Nation producer.
I've heard that. I haven't seen it yet, but I have heard that. So,
do you know where her family is? Are they there with her as well, or are they somewhere else?
I have not the answer to that yet. I'm still picking up on things too, guys. So,
yeah. The divorce was going to be straight. Nobody gets nothing. They signed it.
All right.
The
So let's
family
look
let her and JP be together.
Let's look at this next here. Welcome, War Eagle. Good to see you. Yes, I'm gonna have to say that this guy is a bit of a nut job. I agree with Miss Sherry on that. All right, let's roll on and let me know how the audio sounds, guys.
Woman died by suicide last month. We received reports from Myrtle Beach police through the Freedom of Information Act. In one filed in February, Micah reported her vehicle stolen from the Market Common Walmart. Micah told police she'd been estranged from her husband, Myrtle Beach pastor John Paul Miller, since January 2023. She said she was committed to a hospital against her will on February 8th. When she was discharged, she went to collect her sedan she left at the Walmart, but it was gone. She blamed John Paul Miller in the police report, saying she's known him since she was 10 and that he, quote, groomed her while she worked at Solid Rock Church. In the report, John Paul Miller told police he did move the car, saying it was marital property, and added that he feared Micah would go on a spending spree due to her mental illness, and he didn't want to sell her the car, or her to sell the car. Police determined the car was marital property and no charges were filed. We've reached out to John Paul Miller for comment, and we are waiting to hear back. And in light of Micah Miller's death, which was ruled a suicide by the Robeson County Medical Examiner, ABC 15 has been working for you and looking into what you can do if you or someone you know is having a mental health crisis. None of the mental health care professionals we spoke with today could directly address the death of Micah Miller, but they did tell us about some of the mental health resources available for those in need. If you need help, you can simply call or text 988, and that will put you in touch with the National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. But if you know someone who might need help, the Assistant Clinical Director at the Waccamaw Center for Mental Health says if they're not acting like themselves, the best thing you can do is ask specific questions.
Simply ask somebody, are you having thoughts of ending your life? Or are you having thoughts of suicide? But be sure that you are encompassing suicide and death, because for some people, hurting themselves is not the same as death. So we have to be really careful about what we're saying and making sure that they fully understand our questions.
PACE is also part of the South Carolina Mobile Crisis Team. They have a 24-hour hotline and team of professionals who will help provide you with resources or even come to your location if they deem it necessary. And if you or someone you love is struggling with depression or going through a mental health crisis, you're urged to call the National Suicide Prevention Hotline at 988.
And there it is, guys. And if anybody ever feels that they may need that help, don't wait. Don't doubt it. Don't anything. There it is. You can call or text that number. You don't have to physically call if you're not comfortable, 988. And they will help you. They'll put you in touch with who you need to be in touch with. Please never, ever wait on it. It's not a joke, and it's not a thing to play with. Our lives are very important to everybody, so we need to definitely take that seriously. So, moving on. And that's scrolling on the bottom of the screen for anybody. If you just write it down, if you know somebody, even if it's not you and you know somebody that might need that help, please reach out.
I can't hear you, what you just said, dude.
I know I'm muted because Caden started talking to me.
Oh, I looked over, I was like,
It's fine. No problem. No problem. All right.
Don't mean to interrupt.
All right.
oh, wow.
Yes, guys. Again, for those of you, I think we've linked Mind of Monsters in here. Her channel, please go over there, subscribe, check it out. If nothing else, she has a lot of information for stuff like this. She's an amazing creator and does amazing things with her channel. So please do check it out, if you will. We are all here in any way we can be to support anybody that is going through any kind of mental health issues whatsoever, as well as the other things we do. So please know that we're all available too. If you need to reach out to one of us for any reason whatsoever, I'll always here. Thank you, Zelda. There's the link to Mind of Monsters channel. Anybody in here can reach out at any time. My number is posted a lot of ways through my community page, my email, any of that stuff. You guys can reach out in those ways if you can. Please. So again, please take it very serious. Again, she just put the link to the website in her community poll. So go over there, guys. Subscribe to her if you haven't yet, which I know most of you have. Check out her community page and There you go. And I appreciate that, Mind of Monsters, as much as we appreciate you for everything you do.
And there's the link to my channel if you guys want to sub to it, and you can reach out to me
do.
as
Please
well.
do. Please do. Like I said, guys, real quick here. My number that I can be reached at is right there, 234-703-4047. I can't say I'll always answer because I do get busy at times, but I will definitely see it, leave a message, send me an email. I'll get that too. If I'm in here, let me know. If you can't reach me and you need to reach me, you can get a hold of me through Mama Bear, Molly, any of these other channels that we have linked in here will be able to get a hold of me at some point. So please, 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 never feel that you can't reach out to any one of us as creators as well. Arctic Fox, Duchess, Illuminati, any one of us, you can reach out to any one of us if you feel that you need help or you have questions or you need something. Please don't ever feel like you're alone, because you're not. We're all here with you, for you. I promise you that. This is not a joke, and it's not something to play with too. Yeah, I can be reached through Discord. So again, thank you, Donald. Yes, you can reach any one of the moderators. We'll get you in touch with one of us. And or if you just want to feel like you want to talk with one of them, Brandy, any one of these moderators in here, they're all beautiful people. They will sit and take the time to sit down and talk to you if you need to at any time. Absolute.
And there's the hubby.
Mr. Matt. Hello, sir. How are you? Welcome, Lisa. No worries about the lateness. Just had an ad for burpee seeds. Okay. I didn't even know they still made those. Interesting. Sorry about the ads, guys. I can't control them. Okay. Let's see here. What?
Pink or gray?
Gray. I don't know. You have to wear it, not me. There again is the link for Molly's channel. That I think USRB is putting up. You can get a hold of one of my lead mods. She's been with me the longest here, and she's very easy to talk to. If you want to become part of the Discord, this is how you do it. You would email this mom of350@aol.com. And yes, that's real. She still has an AOL account. How? I don't know, but she does. I guess if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So there you go. And title it Discord link, state your name, and please use your YouTube name so we know who you are. And that is exclusive to our members only. So please, please remember that. And you can jump in the Discord with any of us, and we're always available through there as well. Any one of us is in there. If you're in there, we will respond to you. There is another link there, guys. We'll get through all this. There's too many amazing. She said, "Shush, Dago." Let's see. I'm with you, Golf. I didn't know AOL was still around, but hey, if it works, it works. Don't get rid of it. But another amazing creator. She's a beautiful soul, beautiful person. She does so much for the missing. I can't even speak enough on her. Is Duchess. A lot of you guys know who she is. She was in here earlier, I do believe. But there's a link to her channel. Please go check that out too. And again, every one of these creators that I'm putting links out for are so easy to reach out to, folks, and they will take the time, no matter what they're doing, to sit down and speak with you if you need to do that. I promise you that. And if you're not comfortable with any one of these people, they will put you in touch with somebody that will. Okay. So please don't ever worry about that. Well, there you go, Brandy. Donnie still has it too, so you're not alone. The worst part, I haven't posted in chat yet, actually. In here? You just posted there, Astro. And you posted a few things. Oh, you're saying the worst part you haven't posted in chat. I get it now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Astros seems to be very up on this case.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the information, Astro, because there's a lot to this that you never know. Every bit of this is important, in my opinion.
Yes,
Okay, hold on.
David, I remember MySpace.
Yeah, we were just talking about that yesterday.
Scary.
All right, so I'm just throwing different things in here for you guys to be caught up on this with if you haven't. You might hear the same thing twice, this and that, and I'm sorry if that happens, but I will get everybody caught up on every bit of this if I can.
To a story now out of Myrtle Beach that has grabbed the attention of the nation. The estranged wife of a pastor was found dead in North Carolina last month. Questions about how 30-year-old Micah Miller died came up after her husband, John Paul, announced her death during the end of his sermon on April 28th. He's a minister. Just a day after her body was found and 2 days after he was served divorce papers. In court documents filed yesterday, Micah's family alleged that she feared her husband may do something to her. In an update today, Robeson County deputies said that she died by suicide. They say they have evidence, including a 911 call, to support that decision.
Like I
I'm
said,
sorry. This just seems to be a very convenient call nowadays.
I do agree.
I
I
know
do
too many
agree.
cases that that's what they said, and I don't agree.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay, one moment here. All right, I got you rolling in a second. Okay, guys. Trigger warning. Right out of the gate here. I'm gonna play the 911 call for those of you who may not have heard it. It's a little disheartening, I'll be honest with you. It's sad to hear it. It's a little strange to me. Like I said, hearing her voice during this, I've never heard a call like this in relation to what it is. So it's quite hard to hear in some ways. So if you guys may not be able to handle some things like that, the trigger warning is up just to let you know if you need to step out just for a few minutes, there's no problem with that. Nobody's going to judge you. Please do what you got to do to protect yourself. I absolutely understand. All right, here we go. One second, guys. I'm sorry. I have to fix the volume.
Robeson County 911. What's the address of your emergency?
Hi, are you able to trace the location of my phone?
Let me see. You don't know where you're at?
And National Park.
What's the phone number you're calling me from?
843-655-5242.
Where's the park located at?
In Fair Bluff.
Let's see.
I have my location on, I think, on my phone.
Hold on, folks. I don't know what's going on here. One second.
I have my location on, I think, on my phone.
All right, here we go. Sorry.
Find my phone is on. I just did my my location.
Okay, I'm showing, hold on one second. I don't think you are in Robeson County. Yeah, the Lumber River State Park. In
Yeah, that's where I am.
okay. Tell me what's happened.
I'm about to kill myself, and I just want my family to know where to find me.
Okay, ma'am. Just listen to what I'm saying, okay? Let me make sure I got the exact location where you're at, okay? Just 1 minute.
Okay, so I'm guessing that at that point, I don't know for sure if that was where the hangup was, but as I stated, there was zero. Well, somebody just said it too. There's no distress in her voice, which was quite strange to me, even for somebody that's choosing to do this. Okay. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Um, I've had people send me emails stating that they think he was there and did this. I don't think that's how it went. Okay. The 911 dispatch caller was definitely off key. I'll tell you that much. Mind the monsters, you're correct. This was way off center. I've never heard one like this before. Something was wrong. She didn't have maybe she didn't have the suicide training because each dispatcher has that to talk people through this. Okay, she didn't do that. She should have disregarded completely what Micah said and went directly into that training. She didn't do that. I'm a little upset about that, but she could have been new. This could have been the first time she's ever taken a call like that. So we gotta, understand that too. Summer says, from your EMS experience, when a person makes a call like that right before no, that's what I'm saying. I've never ever heard. I've heard a couple of these. Okay, they show some of this to you during training too. I've never heard somebody this calm, and I had to sit here and go, was somebody threatening her at that moment and making her act that way? Was this truly just a decision she made and she was comfortable with it, and that was why she was doing this? But I can't imagine. Here's the other side of that, though. I can't imagine if somebody was holding her, they would allow her to make that call. Because
Somebody said maybe she was drugged.
I mean, that's true too. It's possible. I guess we'll have to find out.
Yeah.
If there's an autopsy, I'm hoping there. I would imagine there would be because of the way it happened. That if they do toxicology on this, it's going to come back and hopefully it'll show that. And if that's the case, then there needs to be a deeper investigation. So there definitely needs to be, regardless. So Julie, I wasn't. Don't go there, okay? I wasn't being mean. I even defended the operator. I know they have a protocol. I was part of that protocol. I get all of that, okay? I'm not saying she was being disrespectful or anything like that. I didn't say she didn't. I said she did it a little different than what I've seen it happen. She didn't. What they need to do in a call like this, they should have immediately traced the call. Immediate, as soon as that was spoken, and then they go into the suicide training process that they do. So I wasn't going after her by any means, Julie. So calm down, okay? And I guarantee that, yeah, she's flagging supervisors as well. So I'm used to seeing them go directly into their training for that. You immediately go and you'll trace the call. Okay. That's something that they do to try to get a lock on where she's at, to send law enforcement to her, any EMS if needed. JP used to drug her sister. Well, they're okay, Astro. That's interesting. But no, Julie, I wasn't attacking her by any means. Don't think that, please. I know how this works, and I know how, what they're doing. So maybe I said, she may have been shook at that moment too, the operator, because she had never handled something like this possibly, and she just now the first time is doing it. Metamom says they didn't do autopsy or toxicology.
And looky there, she was cremated.
Wow. Stop blaming others for what she chose to do. Nobody know what 911 did after she disconnected the call. Vic, what are you talking about? And nobody's bashing anything.
No.
Jesus Christ. What is wrong with you guys today? I'm not bashing anything. Did you hear what I said? I said I'm surprised that the 911 operator did not go into the suicide training quicker than she did. That's all I said. Okay. Jesus, you guys. I'm not saying that at all. You completely took that out of context for what I said. I have listened to these calls, is what I said, and typically they will automatically. Let me re-explain this one more time. Maybe you heard me wrong or something, okay? Because I'm not bashing anybody, for Christ's sakes.
Right?
All I'm saying is that the 911 operators, when you get a call like that, they automatically they have buttons in there that sets off alerts, okay? And what that does is it will grab a supervisor typically, or another more they usually, I don't even know how to explain it. They're either supervisors or they're like more experienced, I guess, for lack of a better term, operators that have more training, okay? So in that sense, what they would do is they'll do that, and that gets them listening to the call as well, trying to get a lock on where it's at, so on and so forth. And sorry. I'm trying to think of where I left off at. Then they will the supervisor will be sitting next to her, probably doing this or that. They're talking back and forth. She didn't start talking about the only thing I was surprised about is about what they talk about during their training. Okay. I didn't hear her go into that at that point. And I don't know if it's because the call dropped off too quickly or what. That's what I was trying to say. I didn't get to really finish it, and everybody goes nuts in here. Anyway, so I was not attacking her. I think she did a great job. She stayed very calm. A lot of these operators, I've heard them freak out because they have, okay, because they don't know how to do this.
Yeah.
A lot of places don't, I don't know. I've heard that in some states, in some areas, they don't give training for that, which I think it should be a national thing. And I agree that it probably is. But you know what I mean? Thank you, Kim, and thank you to everybody else. I appreciate it. Like I said, I wasn't bashing her by any means whatsoever. If you guys think that, then my apologies, but that's not what I was doing. I was just explaining something that I've heard from, previous situations. So, calm down. Definitely not bashing the dispatcher. That's insane. I think she did a great job. Now, this is where I'm
could
confused.
never do that job, so I would never bash anybody, even if they, unless it was a blatantly obvious, like some of them, like, I don't have time for this or something, just completely
Jones,
off.
SNN said she made the call from her car. Good point. Let me see here.
Let's see. Jones then said she hung up and dispatch tried to get her back on the phone. She made the call to 911 in her car, then went to the place where she was heard crying and then the gunshot.
And we're going to cover that too, because there's a gentleman, and I feel so bad for this guy at this point. there's a gentleman that found everything. He heard this. Okay, he heard her in the woods. I'm guessing it was her crying, and didn't get to that situation. And he's like completely blown over right now, thinking that he could have helped her, possibly helped her or saved her if he was able to get to her when that all was happening. So,
I love you.
okay.
Somebody was asking if she was released to the family or JP, and I think somebody said she was released to the JP against the family's wishes.
Yeah, that's what my understanding was too.
I couldn't find the comment again because it's gone.
Mm-hmm.
Where it went.
Thank you, Miss Sherry, very much. Thank you very, very much. Oh, thank you very much, Upstate. Automatically when it's a suicide call, 911 operators are supposed to drop into all hands on deck. Yes. Suicide protocol, this creator is 1000% correct. Okay. Thank you, New York. And again, I was just trying to explain what I know. Okay. Wasn't bashing anyone at all, guys. I've been through this. I know what protocol in my state is, and I'm guaranteeing you guys that most of it is nationally. They run with the same protocols, the same training, the same SOP, standard operating procedures in most states for this stuff. I've seen it. Okay. All I was saying was that, again, I'm sure that they automatically went to trace the call. You're not supposed to tell them you're doing that. That's what she did a little different to me. And then she didn't jump into the training as far as the conversation that they're supposed to have. I was a little surprised. So I said, maybe she was new. Maybe she was nervous. I wasn't being mean by any means. So again, if you took it that way, I'm sorry. I think she did very well, considering a lot of people can't handle this at all. I've known people that I've been told one day after all their training, one day on the job on the phones, and they've quit because it's a lot. So, it is what it is. Anyway, moving forward.
Do we know who found her?
I'm going to go to that next.
Okay. Hold on, David. He's getting there.
Yep. Again, thank you, Upstate, for the super chat and the statement. Very much appreciate you. And thank you for being here with us today. Very much. So we're going to go to this next. This is something that was, it was blocked, or not blocked, but it was not put out there at one point. It was privated at once that in the beginning. Well, then it was released, and of course, News Nation has it about the situation. That she was, in a sense, being stalked and stuff like that. Yeah, no problem, David. And I appreciate you, sir. Oh, for God's sakes. Moving on. It was finally released, and they showed who this person was that was doing this, and you can see right here who he is and why. So, moving on. I think I have the audio set on this, right? Hold on. Let me try this one more time. Yeah, exactly, Astro. You're supposed to try and buy as much time as you can. Keep the caller on the phone so that you can track the location. Exactly.
Walk away.
I'll show you the pictures.
Do you want to go
Nature
to walk
right now.
away?
I'll show you the pictures.
Do you want to go to jail?
They'll be on Facebook in a few hours.
Alrighty, you'll be in jail in a few hours. Walk away.
News Nation obtaining this exclusive video of a heated argument between a South Carolina woman and her estranged husband just weeks before her death. Investigators have ruled 30-year-old Micah Miller's death a suicide. But her family and friends tell News Nation there's much more to what actually happened, especially since Miller had just recently filed for divorce. News Nation's Rich McHugh has looked into this story since the very beginning, joining us live with the latest developments. Rich, what can you tell us?
Hi, Alex. So first, we need some context so our audience can better understand that moment and what they were seeing. We FOIA'd a number of documents from the police. We got back a whole treasure trove from the Myrtle Beach Police Department, about 14 different police reports filed in the past 2 years, many of them within the past 3 months. There's 2 in question that were filed on March 11th of this year, so just about 2 months ago. I want to read from them directly. They say, police officers respond to East Coast Honda. That's what we see in the video. She's at East Coast Honda in Myrtle Beach in reference to harassment, that Micah was getting her tire fixed after it was slashed, that she told the officer of the tracking device on her car, that the suspect showed up, quote, she told him to go away, but she does not want to talk. And then when she pulled out her phone to record, he sped off. The victim then leaves and goes to East Coast Honda. Again, this is what we're about to see. And the suspect showed up again. That appears to be this moment at East Coast Honda. Let's roll that tape.
Away.
I'll show you the pictures.
Do you want to go to jail?
They'll be on Facebook in a few hours.
Alrighty, you'll be in jail in a few hours. Walk away.
Now, this video, for people that have been watching this is a window into the nightmare that she had been living. She had told the police officer in that police report that day that she was afraid for her life. And we're seeing why. She's telling him to walk away. He's saying he's threatening to post pictures on Facebook. He's presumably tracked her to that location. We're going to be asking the police for answers on if they have done any follow-up to these allegations that she has made.
Yeah, really alarming stuff, and great work getting all those documents, Rich. I know it's painted a much different picture than what we've heard over the past.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider, and don't forget.
So what happened shortly thereafter with that was, as he promised in his threat there, he did post pictures of her on Facebook that were very unsettling pictures. Okay, that's something that she or nor anybody would want to have out there. We don't need to do that, but New York says if you'd like to compare it to another 911 call, Bret Michaels, the singer, 8 and 911 911, I'm sorry, call about one of his employees, and that was a hard listen. Yes, very much. So we don't need to do something like that, though. If you guys want to do something like that yourselves, you can. I don't want to play something like that on here because that's it's harsh. What's with his oversized shoes he's wearing? Did you see that? No, I didn't notice that, but I don't know, Carolyn. It's interesting. Yeah, very truth. Thank you. That's true. Moving forward now. Let me show you guys this here. Now, the other part, the sad thing to this, is it seems that nobody can do anything good for anybody else anymore. What the next thing we're going to talk about is this fisherman. Okay, this is a really sad situation to me. Give me a second here. I gotta get to it. And it blows my mind how people treat other people.
What? He got the shoes of his girlfriend's dead husband. He was in a wheelchair. And JP made a joke at his funeral that he did about his shoes being new. Oh. Oh. Oh, I was like, Victoria, you sent him a damn Discord? I was like, what? DM to read later.
Okay, hold on. Give me a second here. Hold on.
Right, David? Like, what the?
Okay, so this explains some of that other stuff here as far as that goes with the fishermen and stuff like that. Again, to catch everybody up on that side.
Victoria, you always have keyboard issues, honey.
Damn. Sent you a damn read letter. Okay. Gotcha. I understand. I get it, Victoria. The key, she does have issues with her keyboard. I get it. No problem. I was looking at that going, I sent you a damn read later. Okay.
Yep.
I don't know how it's going to come through if it's a damn, but we'll try to make it work. Either way, I got you, Victoria. No problem. All right. Here we go.
A gunshot. Those are some of the details being released in the death of a Myrtle Beach pastor's wife. Officials say a man approached them and said he heard crying and a gunshot while he was fishing at the state park in nearby North Carolina, where they say Micah Miller took her own life. Ryan Bass joins us live. And Ryan, so much speculation about this case and new developments. How much weight are police putting on what this man says he heard?
Well, they're definitely taking his account into consideration here, Nick. And look, there's so much national curiosity around Micah Miller's death, but police say there's no conspiracy theory here. She took her own life. And now that man, as you mentioned, is giving us new details about a gunshot that he heard in that same park around the time of Micah Miller's death. Still, there's questions that remain about her relationship with her husband, John Paul Miller, a local pastor at a church that both were involved in. Now, the Robeson County Medical Examiner did confirm that Miller died by a self-inflicted gunshot wound on April 27th. Her body was found in the water at Lumber River State Park, about 70 miles north of Myrtle Beach. A man who claimed to have found Micah's fanny pack with her ID inside, but didn't want his face shown, spoke exclusively with our local affiliate WBTW, saying he heard crying, a gunshot, and then silence.
Maybe 5 minutes after getting into the slough, I heard a cry, a faint cry. Heard it for maybe 2 or 3 minutes, and the crying stopped. He was out. If it would have been a person out there crying in the opening where I could see him, I'd have checked on him all day long.
And in new police reports obtained by that News Nation affiliate, Micah told police earlier this year that John Paul had been grooming her for years since she started working for him at the church. They've known each other, she said, since she was 10 years old. Other findings include John Paul having power of attorney over Micah's health care, allegedly transferring the deed of their home to one of his sons and moving Micah's belongings from their home while she experienced a mental health crisis. Now, police released a timeline of the day that Micah died, from the moment she left her house at just after 11:30 in the morning to when she bought the gun police found at the scene at 12:13 in the afternoon, and then less than 3 hours later when she called 911 from that state park, threatening to take her own life. Now, the sheriff's office said that Pastor Miller was not in North Carolina the night before or the day of Micah's death. He was in Charleston at an athletic event, confirmed by surveillance video. He then broke the news to his congregation on the 28th, claiming Micah was struggling with mental illness and took her own life. But friends and family of Micah's say she could not have killed herself. Micah had filed for a divorce from John Paul Miller multiple times, according to reports, including days before her death. She hinted on social media to being in an abusive relationship. There's also recent police reports Micah filed in March saying she was fearful for her life, claiming that someone slashed her tires and a GPS tracking device was put on her car. Now, while many conspiracy theorists have tried to link John Paul Miller to Micah's death, police say the facts show she died by suicide based on surveillance footage, interviews, physical evidence, and of course, the medical examiner's report. Now, Pastor Miller has since been released from his senior pastor duties at Solid Rock Church and told our Rich McHugh that he never hurt Micah in a text message. But again, so many close friends and relatives here, Nick, are saying that Micah taking her own life just isn't possible.
Thanks for watching, everybody. Go to joinnn.com to find.
And that's something to keep in mind because we don't know what's going to happen. There's a lot of things in this story that are strange to me, that are off to me. I'm honestly, this is a very strange situation. And I feel, in my opinion, that every direction this woman turned, she was failed at. Anybody, and it just, there was so much help she could have had. And didn't. Now, excuse me, I'm sorry. I will say that this man seemed to have some form of power, that he worked over her okay, within other people that he worked along with himself, if you know what I'm saying. He had a power that definitely, I think, caused the fails in her life
What?
in some senses. Avery from Lost Souls, Scarlett Shannon wanted to tell you she emailed you. She's unable to comment in chat. What?
Why would she be blocked? I'll look into it.
Is their name Avery Metamom? Is that the name? That's weird. That makes no sense.
Mm-mm.
Are you looking or do you want me to?
I'll look.
Okay, thank you. And Metamom, I don't know why she would be, but we're gonna fix it if she is. So sorry for that. If you can hear me, Avery, my apologies. It could have just been a mistake. It does happen. That's how they operate. Amen to that one, Salty. It is. And that's what it's all about, you know? Here's my thought on something I was going to bring up. A lot of people said, well, she went and bought the gun. She was going to do it, blah, blah, blah. What if she bought the gun for protection? Just saying. Okay. Somebody, Avery from Scarlett's channel was blocked, I guess. Yeah, we definitely wouldn't block you, Avery. I promise you that.
Yeah.
So it was probably an accident. Do you see it in there in the back?
I'm getting there.
Let me look under this side of things real quick because I don't think it's in here. No. Okay.
It's just Avery.
I believe so.
Okay.
She didn't buy it. Okay. Well, and I'm just saying, guys, it's something that is a, you know, I don't know everything. We don't know everything. But it makes me wonder. That's why I said in the beginning of this that to me, this looks as though she felt like she had no other choice to get to this point. And that's very sad that anybody should ever feel that way. Is she back in here now or no?
No, I'm still looking. There's a lot to look through.
Enter channel name here. Just wondering if you will stop or at least decrease the amount of commercials you do. I always keep them on a low amount of commercials. It gives me the option to do that. Are the commercials, are they running high today? Because I can go back in there and try to check it and fix it real quick, guys. I'm sorry if they are. I definitely didn't set them that way. Hold on. Let me go look at what they are set at if I can real quick. I honestly keep it at the most minimal. Yeah, it's still at the minimal. They have conservative, balanced, and aggressive, and I have it on conservative, which is the lowest one you can do it to. And they're in charge of them. They handle them. I don't run them, so my apologies. Hopefully, I just went out, reset, and did it again, so maybe that'll help it. I don't know. My apologies if it's upsetting you.
I don't see her. That doesn't mean I didn't miss it, but
There's a lot of people in there.
yeah.
Ads every 10 minutes. Good God. I'm sorry, Evie. Well, hopefully, maybe I reset it. Maybe that'll help it. It'll make it a little bit less. That's insane. All right, so everybody's saying it's pretty cut and dry what she did, but the thing is how did she get to that point is what I think needs to be looked at. Okay. That's the big thing. How did she get to where she was? So, moving forward. Okay, let's drop this down. And nope, we don't need that one. Get rid of that one. And go to that one. There we go. All right, moving forward. Let me see here. Now, this gives off some details that were kind of interesting to me. So the fisherman that was talked about in this that found what he found and stuff like that did an interview with a reporter and as JLR as well, and of course he didn't show his face, and he's also, wait a minute, Avery's channel is it just Avery? I don't know. Ask Avery what exactly the name is in Murder Candy Podcast. Is that what you're looking for, Bear? Or were you looking under Avery? I've never seen that channel in here. Can you hear me, Mama Bear?
Yeah, I couldn't find which tab I was under.
That's okay.
I was looking for Avery. So what is it? Murder Candy Podcast?
Yeah, I think that's what she said. Yeah, it's up on the
Okay.
screen.
Let
It
me
could
look
be
for
what it
that,
is
see if I
too.
can find that.
So this here is the interview with this gentleman based on what he heard and the things that he's going through is insane after what he's done. So I want you guys to hear this too, just to catch you up on this part of it. I'm hoping that when we're done today, everybody will have all the info that they need to understand what has gone on with this. And then we need to go forward. He really needs to be looked into, in my opinion. I was putting it, but I think you have that M word. Oh, that is what it was. Bear. In the back, there's a place that
Do what?
in the background, in the YouTube studio in the back, there's a place
Right.
that there's certain words that are blocked.
Oh yeah. Okay.
That
Gotcha.
is probably why she's blocked. It's not her blocked personally. So just take
She's
that
got
word
red
out of it.
rum and yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Just take that word out of that box if you can. So
Okay.
sorry about that, Avery. I didn't even realize when I first started the account I had to do that. So, but okay, guys, here we go. This is kind of interesting. So
And it was a normal day for you.
Normal day.
Did you feel any kind of way that day? Because lots of times when people say things happen, they feel some type of way throughout the day or something that, something didn't feel right about the day or whatever. Let me make sure I'm recording. But did you feel any type of way that day?
No type of way different from any other time. No.
And you got out and you just started your fishing.
Started my fishing.
Good serene day?
Beautiful day. Yeah.
Okay, and so you set up the river. And how long were you out here before you started to hear? I think you said you started to hear some faint sounds.
Well, I got here about 11:30 that morning and started fishing.
Okay, 11:30.
As I had decided that I was gonna quit fishing, I came back through. I stopped at what they call a slough or a lake in the river. It's just a lake off of the river. So I pulled in there with my little boat. And maybe 5 minutes after getting into the slough, I heard a cry, a faint cry.
What time was that?
Probably around 4 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
Around here, broad daylight. Broad daylight. But anyway, I just kept hearing the cry.
Was it down here or was it when you got in there?
It was when I got inside of the lake. Yeah.
You heard a faint cry.
Heard a faint cry. Heard it for maybe 2 or 3 minutes. Then I stopped. I heard a gunshot. Then I heard a gunshot, and then the crying stopped. And I said to myself, "Oh my God, I heard that's not what I think's happened." So there was another couple came in on a boat, and I asked them. They came in there because they heard the shot, and I asked them, "Did they hear the shot?" They said yes. I said, "Well, I heard a crying also." And then I heard a gunshot, and the crying stopped. So I was going to leave, but I happened to look at the end of the lake, and there was a little opening that would take me to the back of that. So I decided just to go in there with my boat. And when I did that, that's when I found Michael's belongings laying up on the bank. So I got out of my boat, picked the belongings up, looked at them, but her cell phone was laying outside of the bag, and her glasses also. I picked those up, put them in the bag, looked around a little bit, got back into my boat, came back to the landing, loaded it up. I left out. The law was there. I stopped and talked with the law, asked them, did they know a Michael Miller? He said, how do you know Michael Miller? I said, oh, wait a minute now. I said, I found her belongings. And I told him my story, about hearing the crying and hearing the gunshot and the crying stopped. So he said, well, get out and talk to me for a minute. So I talked to him, and like I said, I told him my story. That's when he told me that, yes, there has been apparently a suicide happened at the river. I said, oh, man, don't tell me that. But anyway, I said, well, how did y'all know? How did you know that it is? He told me that Michael had called 911, told him she was getting ready to commit suicide, where she was at, and that the reason she was calling him to tell them that she didn't want her parents worrying about her, where she would be at. They could go ahead and find her.
Okay, keep talking. I just want to. I'm going to put my camera on your hands, not your. I'm not gonna put your face. Just stay where you are. Okay. Let me make sure I zoom in.
There we go.
Okay. It's only your hands, okay? All right.
I'm good. I'm not worried about it. I just don't really want to be. I'm good.
I'm not putting your face on camera. And so when he told you,
Can we get her?
You said he told you that it was Micah.
Yeah, she's in here.
Okay.
100%.
That's why they were here.
Okay. And then
Again,
when
sorry,
you
Avery.
the belongings.
Yes, gave him the belongings.
Mm-hmm.
He laid them up on his truck. They laid everything out on the truck.
Now you said that you talked particularly about you actually went in and saw everything when you found the belongings, and you said it was specific things that she had in there, like her license, all those things. Like she had what were all the things that was in her bag?
I didn't really look at that until I came back and loaded my boat up.
Right.
That's when I really looked into it. That's when I seen she had her license, her bank card, she had her keys in the bag, she had a little small Bible, all of her credit cards, her bank cards, and a few receipts of some things.
Okay. I'm just showing now. I'm showing like the bottom of your feet. Since you don't want nobody to see your face. And so then I'm not gonna show your face, okay? So you found all her belongings, and then you turned them over. Well, no, I'm backtracking and going back. So after all this, it took place, and you talked to authorities. You told them, you gave them what they needed. You just left.
They just let me go. They told me they didn't need me any longer.
Wow. Mm-hmm. So it was they just took your word for what happened.
Took my word for what happened.
And you talked to the guy who you said that you kind of told them where to go to look for the where you heard the sound, but it was the other guy that told him that found her, right?
Yeah, the other guy actually found her. That was with one of the park rangers was in there.
Absolutely, murder. We can
the park ranger. I said,
Avery.
Every path
Sorry.
that's coming.
Once we get through this and stuff, I was going to open that up, and yeah, absolutely, you can. No worries whatsoever. I would actually appreciate it. So thank you.
In and out of this river, even to the slough that I was at. He said, yes, I do. I said, well, you go to that path, that's where you might find someone or Michael.
And then when they went there, that's when they found her.
It wasn't 20 minutes later.
And you was here when that happened?
I was here when they told me that they found her.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Yeah.
What kind of emotion came up then, like in your head? I know you.
Oh, I wanted to I was sick on my stomach. I just feel like I know this young lady because of what I had to go through, to witness this or to see this, or to hear this.
Thank you for the super chat, Avery, again.
There's a lot of emotions. I had never been in the middle of something like this,
Right.
I'm still, till this day, being bothered by it because all I hear is her crying in my ear all the time.
Right.
Wondering what if I could have made a change, if I just would have went in there.
Yeah. And
for the record, I could not see nothing because it was so thick. From where I was at, I could not see because the woods were so thick. I could not see anybody. And around here, around Robinson County, you just don't run in on somebody. Run in on somebody and check on them because you don't ever know what's going on. I felt like something was wrong, but I wasn't going in there to check, for fear of my life or whatever.
Right. And it's ironically, it's mental health awareness month. And of course, we know that today was a day that authorities did say that it was apparent she did die from a gunshot wound. This is what officially they said. It was official suicide. Just you being in that experience.
And one of the mods, please drop Avery's link in the chat for her channel, please.
The community and the public, if that they should be aware of if they ever come into situations like this, because people are struggling mentally, and sometimes you just don't know. Was there something specific that you feel like was a telltale sign that this is a little bit more than just, somebody having a bad day?
As far as the situation that I was in, I really don't know what to say. Like I said, all I can tell you is what I know, what I wished I would have done. It's always good, yes, to check and see what's going on. But like I say, in the case that I was in, it was sort of dangerous for me, just to go in and check on someone like that. I mean, that's all I can tell you about that.
Yeah.
Like I said, I felt like something was wrong.
Thank you, Zelda.
I just couldn't check to where I wouldn't be able to see my surroundings around me. And like I said, if it would have been a person out there crying in the open where I could see them, I'd have checked on them all day long. Yeah. But yes, I mean, I just wish I could have went in there and checked on them.
So what about you? So many people in the world going through so many different things. You just came out to fish one day, and your life has changed. Mm-hmm. So, what are you going to do to help you now? Because now this is something that you have to try to get past. What do you want to add? What are you going to do for you? And then what do you want to add to this that you want people to know?
I really don't know how. I'm just going to have faith in the Lord and get me through this, because this changed my life actually. It's going to take time for me, for this situation.
And what do you want people to?
And guys, if you could, after hearing what this man is saying, and he's been through a lot of hell, people are really coming down on him for no reason, but keep this guy in your prayers. After what he's dealt with, he really feels guilty, as if, with the cries that he heard, if maybe he could have stopped this or helped her in some way. And then he's being attacked by other people. It's insane to me. I don't understand what the hell is wrong with people, but just keep this guy in your prayers and hope that he's okay, because this is a lot to deal with. You got to understand, like, that's crazy. So that's all I was saying, and sorry to interrupt.
No, there's been a lot of talk. You've been going through a whole lot of backlash on social media. What is it that you want to add to this and you want people to know? From Mr. Johnny Jacobs, the man everybody's been whispering about, what is it that you would like to leave with people you want them to know?
No, I'd like to know everybody that had nothing to do with this. If anybody that knows me, if I could have got involved and helped this young lady, then I would have done it. But I was just put in a circumstance where that couldn't have happened, But it's just sad.
And what do you want to say to the family? I know you talked to them. What do you want to say again to them?
I'm just sorry for what's happened with Micah. Everything that I've been researching on her, she just seemed to be a wonderful person. Everybody that I've talked to, as far as in it, she just seemed to be a wonderful person. Yeah. A God-loving person. God-fearing person,
And you can just feel that from what you've seen on social media and everything.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's awesome. Yep. Anything else you want to add?
That's it. I'm through.
All right. Well, a couple more questions. We're facing this way. Haven't faced you at all. People want to know what was she driving? What was her vehicle? What kind of vehicle did she have here?
Sir, it was just a Honda, a small Honda car. I'm not for sure what type, but it was just a Honda.
And you said the color was black.
Mm-hmm.
Now the medical examiner said a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Do you think there's criminal play, or do you believe what the medical examiner?
I don't want to show your face.
Do you think there was some sort of criminal activity here going on? Where?
Oh, I really, like I said, I'm not condemning no one for doing this. From all the evidence and everything that's coming together, I feel like there was more to it than what's been said.
Like,
God knows all.
So you also told me before we started that like you attempted to try to reach her family or find out, based off when you found her license and whatnot. Didn't you do your own research and try to find her online?
Oh yeah, that's how I finally found out who she was. It was through online.
Have you ever seen anything like that before here? This beautiful place here?
No, I've never heard. I've heard of accidents happen down here in the water and stuff, but as far as a murder or killing, I never.
Or suicide. It could be suicide.
Suicide. I've never heard of anything like that happening down here.
Well, thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you mind if I get you just looking out there with your back turned, just looking at the river, and it's your back turned? Nobody's gonna know. Yeah. Just look like you're looking off. I'm not gonna.
All right, I'm gonna get it right here too.
How you doing, welcome, Avery? Okay. Again, welcome to the Sauce, Avery. Appreciate you joining our community, and we're very grateful to have you on board with us. So, all right, guys, we're going to move on to another one here. There's a lot of stuff on this. I'm trying to make sure everybody knows a little bit of everything on this to make sure we're all on the same page, so on and so forth. So that was kind of sad. And again, this man has done nothing wrong. If anything, he was trying to do the right thing in some senses, and he feels horribly guilty about the fact that he wasn't able to stop or help this, and he has to deal with that for the rest of his life. Not to mention that he's been horribly harassed by a lot of different people, and it makes no sense to me. I just don't get it. Welcome, Truth. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us today. Moving forward. Oh, wait a minute. I'm gonna make sure that I have this set in here right for you guys. Let me know if it sounds right and everything.
News Nation senior investigative reporter Rich McHugh, who has been digging into this story for us all week long. Rich, there is this incredibly important sort of stalking report, and we were talking about it quite a bit after we discovered that Micah had taken her life. It talks about a tracker being put on her car. It talks about her tires being slashed. It talks about this device being jabbed into her tires to let the air out. It talks about a man showing up at a gas station, then following her to a car dealership, and that man's name was redacted all the way through. Last night, we learned the man's name was actually John Paul Miller, the estranged husband, the man who everybody had pointed to as the cause of all of this prior to finding out it was a suicide. But now we actually have an email from him when he's admitting to some of this behavior. What have you found out?
So we've come into a lot of information that has been sent to the police, and that's the key thing here, because people are wondering, okay, so what are police to do with all of these allegations? Do they even know? And now we know that her family has forwarded all of this information to the police. One of the things that is included in these documents is an apology email from him to Micah on April 15th of this year, which is about 12 days before she died. In it, he writes, "I'm sorry for damaging your car, tires, etc. If you ever come back, I will turn in both cars and get you a nice SUV or whatever car you want. Again, my horrible flesh pattern of hurting someone when they hurt me." So there you have it. He's kind of outing himself.
And I'll give you something shiny and new if you just come back to me. Boy, if I had a dime, Rich, for every time I've seen an abusive relationship like that. So JP, actually, Mr. Miller, John Paul Miller, Pastor Miller, has been having conversations with you via, texting back and forth. And if I understand this correctly, he has also admitted directly to you that he's the person who put the tracker on the car.
That's right. That's right. So earlier this week, I believe it was Monday, I engaged with him and he started talking back with me, kind of unprovoked. And I also want to read this because this thing stood out to me when I read it at the time. I didn't really know it. He said, this is JP to me, I even hired a PI to put trackers on her car to know if she was going to a gun store because she kept trying to get a gun for the past few months. I have never once in my entire life ever hurt her in any way, ever. I was just communicating with him on text, drawing him out, and he kept texting and texting and texting. I've officially asked him for an interview. His attorney has, of course, said no, but that's where it stands.
That's pretty glaring, admitting to that. Okay, the next thing is that he apologized for something else. And this was something we were unsure of. There were allegations that Micah had been threatened, that a topless photo of her would be posted on the internet. And now he is admitting that it was him. He was the one making those threats.
Yes, so this goes back to this apology letter that we have. It's an apology letter from him to Micah, dated April 15th. In it, he's apologizing for a series of things, and one of them is a photo that was produced on the internet. It was topless of her. We're not going to show that here, of course, but in the apology, he says, "I'm sorry for putting a picture of you on the internet. It was for less than 1 hour and immediately taken down. I was hurt that you were telling everyone horrible, intimate details of my past sin, and I just wanted to try and hurt you. Please forgive me. It was evil of me to do that."
Oh, so yeah, it's only up there for an hour. Like that doesn't have life elsewhere when people download naked photos and they live forever. And I'm sorry, but there's the but. Like that's, again, just a classic pattern that you often see. So you have also seen text messages between John Paul Miller and Micah's family. What were in those text messages?
Some of the text messages I've seen were pictures of text chains where her family was communicating, and Micah was on there. But Micah, this was at a time where I believe she was in the hospital, and so the Micah jumps into the conversation and said something like "Happy Valentine's Day" to me, and I believe her mother or a relative says, "Micah, is that you?" And it was quickly figured out that this was not Micah. This was JP. That he had possession of the phone, and it was his interpretation, legal interpretation, that it was marital property. And so this is just one of a number of instances. You know, he took over her Facebook page. Her brother took it back, and her sister took it back and said, "Hey, this account has been taken over. Do not post." There's a lot here. There's a lot here, actually.
Like, I mean, marital property, sure, but communicating with someone else is not marital property. You can't just grab a marital property telephone and then pretend to be like. There's a distortion if I've ever heard one. So Micah herself wrote something before she died, a document of sorts. Did you get your hands on it, and what's in it?
Yes. So this is a letter that she wrote 2 days after this apology letter, if I have this correct, and roughly 9 days before she died. It was a letter for the courts in part of her divorce court proceedings, and it's a hard thing to read. I'll just be completely honest. She lays out like the entire case of why she's leaving him and what has happened to her. I just want to read a snippet of it. I don't even know if we have it, but her opening sentence. Since the day we became husband and wife, I have been abused in every way I can think of, emotionally, sexually, spiritually, financially, and physically. He has harassed me physically and electronically with letters, phone calls, emails, texts, hacking my emails, hacking my personal Facebook and impersonating me, using my stolen phone to send texts and emails out to church members. It goes on and on and on. Installing tracking devices on my vehicle, on my godmother's vehicle. The trackers were found on March 11th, March 14th, March 24th, April 15th. All of these have been documented and reported to the police. That's the key here, actually, is that
That's
the police
what I want to
have all this
ask.
information.
The police have all this. They have the letter. They have the incidents. They have police reports. Did they do anything about it?
I've reached out to all the police agencies today. I only heard back from one of the agencies. There was the lead agency investigating her death in North Carolina. Keep in mind, she's from South Carolina. She died in North Carolina. They kind of passed the buck. They said, this is not related to her death. You need to contact the police agencies in South Carolina. I have, and I haven't heard back. So it'll be interesting to see what they do respond, because from what I can tell, from what I can gather from conversations with her family, and you're about to speak to them directly, but they'd like to see some charges come from these past incidences. Like, there's questions about legally, what lines were crossed here. And it seems to me
at least that
there may have been some.
I mean, just at least that an investigation has been going on, right? With all of these reports and all of this evidence.
Right.
Rich McHugh, amazing digging on this. Just really terrific reporting. Thank you so much for this. Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
So as you all can see, this is just, there's a lot to this, and it's really crazy. In here, there's a whole lot to this. I really feel like there could have been something done. And again, it's not like she didn't reach out to try to make that happen, but like I said, I see this as he groomed her from a very young age. Okay. And then when it was legal, then they got married. And then from there, it just progressed into more of a nightmare for this poor woman that felt that she seemed to feel like she had no other direction to turn, that she couldn't get help in anything she wanted with in any, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Could not get help with every direction she went in and wasn't getting it. And at this point, I just don't know, guys. This is really sad. Wow. I got a couple other things here to put in here for you guys too. Give me a moment to get it all set in. Where is it?
Julie asked, groomed her for what? To do what he wanted? I'm missing a piece of the story.
They knew each other. I think they said, how old was she? The youngest age she was that they met at, she was what, 10?
Yeah, that's what
10 years old.
said.
So that's when he met her. Okay, Julie. And then I think by the age of, what I understand is by the age of 14, they were kind of talking in a way that they shouldn't have been. Of course, he was older. Okay, he's 14 years older than her.
Somebody said in the chat that he handpicked her to be the babysitter.
Yeah, very much so. So, okay, understand when he met her, he was 10 years old. So that makes him 24, folks. Okay. When she's 14, he's 28. They start having, yeah, she was part of his youth group. They start having what I would consider a very uncomfortable and probably unethical relationship at 14, as he noticed the way she looked up to him. He took full advantage of that. Okay. Then they become married at some point, and then he just continued on to control everything about her. Okay. And so now at her age that she is at this point, this is where she's at, guys. She's at the last leg of what she feels is there's nothing else left. There's nothing else she can do. There's nowhere else to go, because every time she's turned a corner to try to get help with this, either he's got more power over her and he takes control of the situation, or they just don't want to hear about it because of who he was. This was the beyond unhealthy, Elizabeth. Yes, unhealthy from the moment they first laid eyes on each other. And I feel that he had it in his mind from that moment forward. There's a lot of
So
things
he's
about. Go ahead.
14 years older.
Yes,
Okay. I just want to make sure my math was
that's how my understanding is. Yes.
okay.
So, again, moving on. Sorry. Okay. Okay, so I think yeah, this is another newer one from a day ago. Like I said, I'm trying to.
Sorry, Avery.
What's the matter?
Avery said, I lived through what Micah did. I know how she felt 100%.
Oh, good Lord. I'm so sorry, Avery. God bless. Thank God that you are out of it and striving forward now at this point and
Yes.
are making 100% the best of your life. Okay. I'm going to play this real quick, and then I have to run to the kitchen real quick. Mama Bear, I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay.
Great.
You're welcome, Julie.
30-year-old Micah Miller. The woman took her own life late last month, just 2 days after serving divorce papers to her husband, who is the former senior pastor at a church in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. News Nation's Rich McHugh digging deeper into this story now. There is a newly uncovered police report from earlier this year. And Rich, that report contains previously unknown information about Micah's relationship with her husband. What are we learning?
Hi, Natasha. Well, we're learning a lot. We just got even more police reports. I submitted a FOIA request from the Myrtle Beach Police Department, and now we have about 12 different police reports with all sorts of new information about Micah and their troubled past. Here's what we're learning. She told officers that she and John Paul, her then husband, had been separated since January of 2023, that she has known her husband, who is 14 years her older, since she was 10, that, quote, he groomed her while she worked for him at Solid Rock Church until they were married in 2017. She said her husband stole her car, that she had been hospitalized against her will, that police found a tracking device on her car. Now, in communication with John Paul Miller over text message, he confirmed to me that he was behind that. Quote, I even hired PI to put trackers on her car to know if she was going to a gun store because she had kept trying to get a gun for the past few months, adding, I have never once in my entire life ever hurt her in any way, ever. Now, Tim Carter, a friend of Micah and formerly a friend of JP as well, recounts this conversation he had with JP a few years prior. Take a listen.
JP personally called me and said, hey, Micah bought a gun. She's out in the backyard. What do you think she bought it to shoot me? I don't know, JP. I don't know what's going on in the house that would be a reason. So, this isn't the first time he's tried or that there's been suicide brought up. I get it. And then he was scared. Was wondering, do you think she bought it to shoot me? Well, why would that be a question if you wasn't mistreating her?
In March, she posted on Facebook some advice for anyone struggling with leaving an abusive situation. Here she is.
You don't have to stay in an abusive relationship, whether that's sexual, whether that's somebody forcing you to take illegal drugs or alcohol abuse or physical abuse. psychological abuse, making you think that this is all your fault, or you're a bad mom, or you're a bad wife, or you're a bad husband, or you're not giving it your all when you know you are.
Micah's father, Michael, posting on Facebook just recently saying, "It's not over. The floodgates are opening. Justice for Micah." Now, I've asked JP for an interview, and his attorney said no, or at least not at this time. He's not going to be speaking. In speaking with her friends, she says this is just this is just beginning. Natasha.
Yeah, just beginning. Rich McHugh, we appreciate the FOIA requests you submitted and the new reporting on this today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com.
So that was from a day ago. Another News Nation interview. Also, one second here, guys. Give me a second to put this one in too. Okay, now these were two people. I wanted you guys to see this. I'm sure you might have already, but this was interesting to me. These are two people that were members of the congregation for the church that were friends with both Micah and JP. And what they share is quite interesting to me. Very, very much. So if you haven't seen it, I believe it will be to you as well.
And they often socialized with Micah and with John Paul. Thank you to both of you for doing this. If I can, Ken, let me start with you. You were a worship leader at this church. You were there 2019 to 2020. You socialized with this couple, Micah and John Paul. You went to movies. Can you describe for me what their relationship was like?
First of all, thank you for having us on. But, you know, it's kind of a loaded question. When we first met them, you know, I saw what, you know, on the surface, it seemed to be a happy relationship. There were just some things that I saw. So I got to know them more in ways that he would speak to her at times, and just was just kind of red flags. I can't say it was one particular incident. I'm just like, oh my gosh, it was just kind of a consistent way that he treated her, and honestly, in some ways, he kind of treated a lot of women that way, from what I saw.
So I want to ask you something. I know that you have mentioned before that one of the things that you really disliked about this church and the leadership of this church in particular was that there was, quote, immorality, hypocrisy among the leadership. With that in mind, it's a little astounding to learn that he met her when she was 14 as a member of the youth group, like the youth program there, and he was married with, I think, 5 kids. So was there did he have an affair with Micah and leave his wife and children to be with her? And if that's the case, how old was she when he did that?
So I remember a specific conversation that I had with him when that was brought up. And it was because I heard about that. Like there were rumors, you know, going around that their relationship even started in infidelity and things like that. And in my conversation with him, he did basically confirm that. He did not get into her age. What he said to me point blank was that she was in my youth group. We became friends. Over time, it became kind of something more. And that was probably the gist of it as far as I can remember now. I mean, it's been years ago, but it was a little concerning. And there were other members of the church.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there were other members.
That's very concerning, right?
Oh, very, yes. And there were other members of the church, though, that when I asked about it, that it was just kind of, it's something that kind of just everybody knew and accepted. And
so let me ask you this, because you might give it a pass once.
Victoria, I did not get the age wrong. He just said 14. That's exactly the age I told you that they started to have an inappropriate per se relationship. They met at age 10. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the truth. I have that in documents. So that is what I said, my dear.
So, and maybe not. I mean, I wouldn't, but okay, some people might. They might get over it. But as I understand it, he's married. He has children. He meets a 14-year-old, eventually gets married to that older 14-year-old in her early 20s. And, you know, I don't know, Alicia, if you can add to this, but he then allegedly begins another affair with a church member who has a husband who uses a wheelchair, who mysteriously ended up dead and drowned in a pool. Is that accurate?
Yes.
That's what we've been told by people who have reached out. We've spoken to former church members. We've spoken to current church members, and people, and also family. It's kind of common knowledge, and that's kind of why it's the head scratcher. And because it's like, if it's common knowledge, why hasn't something been said? But basically, what we've been told by people, Ashley, is that that he groomed her from a young age, and married her when he was able to, and but I will say that when I met them, on the surface, at least at that point in time, it seemed like a fairly healthy marriage. She didn't seem like.
Can I ask? Yeah, can I ask this, Alicia? I guess that the essential question here, Alicia, is: do you believe that it is at all possible that your friend Micah took her own life, or do you suspect that her pastor estranged husband is at fault here?
I absolutely do not believe that she took her own life, because she was energetic and her faith in God was unwavering. And she was always quick to encourage somebody else, including myself. We went to lunches together. We worked out together. Just the things that I do know about John Paul. I truly do not believe that she took her own life. I do not.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below.
All right. So now we've heard from very close friends of hers. We've heard from her family. And again, I'm not saying that, that it's true, but then none of them want to accept the fact that she did this to herself. Okay, it is what it is. That's going to be left up to forensics and law enforcement to determine exactly how that happened. And if they say that it was self-inflicted, then we have to go with what they say, guys. We know that, I'm not actually 100% sure, Golf, what the denomination is. The church is called the Solid Rock at Market Common, a church of love. That's I don't know what denomination it is. It doesn't really claim to be one that I can tell.
Well, it's apparently a form of love that I don't
with some kind of crazy ass love, if you ask me. But
yeah,
controlling somebody or controlling your spouse is not love. That's insanity. Okay.
marital property, that is not love.
No, you don't belong to anybody. If God gives you that person by putting them in your life, there's that. Okay. That doesn't mean you own that person. They're human beings, people. Period. It's insanity to me. I'm sorry.
No, Paladin.
The Church of Ladder. What's up, Paladin? It just doesn't make sense to me at all. What I don't understand is why nobody could help this woman. It's insane to me. It really is. And it's obvious that everybody around her saw this. Okay. Just saying. I don't get it. Oh, wow. Now, hold on a minute here. Now I'm going to show you this one too. This came out 3 days ago, and it shows things she did. So everybody understands. Sorry. I don't know if I said hi to you, Noni, but welcome, Noni. It's great to see you here today. Thank you for joining us for this. And I'm going to continue to follow up with this as well, with everything that happens, guys, as we cover it.
Hiya, sweet Noni.
Okay. All right.
She died at the end of April at Lumber State Park in Robeson County, and it's rattled the Myrtle Beach community and nation. We just received multiple documents from the Robeson County Sheriff's Office providing a better idea of how she passed. Video from a Ring camera show Micah leaving her home around 11:38 on April 27th. She then drove to Dick's Pawn Shop on Mr. Joe White Avenue in Myrtle Beach just before 12:15. Deputies say she was instantly approved to buy a gun and ammunition at that point.
Now, here's my question. How did that happen? At least here, I thought you had to kind of wait when you buy a firearm. I thought there was a waiting period. You had to wait for a certain period of time via background
I thought so
check
too.
and so forth. But I don't know. Maybe in that state, I don't know how that works. Maybe it's changed. I don't know. But that's a little insane to me as well that she was instantly approved. Which I'm sure she doesn't have a past of anything that will come up. I don't know if they have the ability to check all that stuff like right away and get results back immediately. So who knows? But that was an interesting theory to me. There is no wait. See, that's crazy to me. There used to be a waiting period that I knew of. I had to go through it when I purchased mine.
I was going to say, is it maybe state by state?
It could be. It could be. So I guess South Carolina doesn't have that. I don't know. That could have saved her. You know, maybe. I don't know. I'm not trying to put that out there, guys. I'm just saying I was very surprised about that. Thank you for the info, though, Mom. I appreciate that very much. Good afternoon, Miss Noni. Thank you for being here with us. North Carolina. I'm sorry, not South Carolina. Oh yeah, I know B. I have it. Or I have the ability to get it and pull it up and show you guys here. Let's see, violent crimes and a few other reason can cause you not, but okay, got you. Well, I don't know. I thought that must be the way they are there because in KY we have cool down here and yeah, 72 hours. That's kind of what it is here too, or it was. But now that we are a completely open carry state, there's no anything. Maybe that's changed. I don't know. Kind of dangerous in some senses though. Oh yeah.
In Indiana, you must be 18 years of age to buy a handgun or firearm. There is no waiting period to buy a gun. There is no permit required. Firearms do not need to be registered. What?
Yeah, I think that you guys got the same laws we do now.
Probably.
Truth is saying not necessarily. As long as she's cleared her background checks with no criminal record would happen quick. It would come back quick. It also helps that she's female. That makes sense. Yeah. Hey, Bobby, good to see you today, sir. Bobby says that in Texas, you do computer FBI background check, takes 30 minutes. Wow. Things have changed because I do remember that years ago, it used to be there was a waiting period, you know, and this is kind of scary.
30 days or something.
Hey, Terry, good to see you today. My husband just told me. See, I think that it's changed because of our open carry thing now. We don't have, there's no concealed carry. You can walk down the street with holstering a gun. And nobody's going to look at you funny nowadays. You know, that's why we all, you know, carry now. But I'm just saying, it's one of those things. It's just with all the mass shootings that we've had, you'd think that there'd be a little bit of a tighter regulation on this thing. But I don't know. I don't know. I have heard that, Natalia, that he owned a bar. I can't prove that yet, but we'll see. Not that it matters, but being a pastor, that's a little odd, I think, you know. Kentucky's open. Yeah. Yep. A lot of states have gone to that too. They have. I'm going to open this panel up here in a moment, guys, for everybody to speak. Avery wanted to talk, and I really want to hear what she has to say, but we're going to get through this, and then we'll get to that. So thank you guys for tuning in today. This is a very interesting story of failure, in my opinion.
Right.
So how everyone failed this poor woman, and this didn't need to happen.
Micah drives to 41 Grocery and Grill in Mullins, where she bought gas and a drink. From there, she drives 32 miles to the Lumber River State Park in Robinson.
I was going to show that too.
911. We have part of that phone call, and we do want to warn you. If the topic of suicide is difficult for you, you may want to silence the audio.
Tell me what's happened.
I'm about to kill myself, and I just want my family to know where to find me.
Trigger warning.
A fisherman told officers he heard crying followed by a gunshot. A call came into 911 saying a kayaker found a body in the water. The body was later identified as Miller. If you or someone you love is struggling with depression or going through a mental health crisis, you're urged to call the National Suicide Prevention Hotline at 988. We have the number for you right there on your screen. Again, it's 988. We also have it under this article on WPDE.com.
And I was muted for all that. Again, guys, if you know of anybody that is going through this, that or you yourself, okay, sorry for the, I'm not unmuting. Please don't wait and don't hesitate. Please call 988. I just made that into a song. That's horrible. Anyway, the number scrolling on the bottom of the screen, and that goes to any if you know anybody, don't mind your business. Again, as I've been saying, do not mind your business. If you see something, say something. It goes along with all of these things, guys. It really does. It's very important. These people that are going through these things, they need help, and we need to be able to help them. Yeah, I see a lot of the Ohio gun laws have changed. A lot of the laws, period, in the states have changed. So I didn't even realize that. So where did you send that to, Doodle? I'll show you that one, and then we're going to open up this panel and stuff like that and go for it. It is absolutely a daily struggle, Kels. I agree with you. Thank you, Queen Bee. Thank you for joining us. And thank you, Mr. Steve, for that. Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? Hold on a minute, guys. I'm trying to find. Oh, by the way, welcome, Ro. I didn't see it till a little bit ago. They passed the open carry too. So it's about everywhere now. And I guess that's the way it is now, which is so weird to me because we have so many issues with the mass shootings and things like that. You would think the regulatory or all the things with the regulations would have changed a bit, but I guess not. I guess not. So I don't know. All right. Moving on. Let me check here just to be sure. Oh yeah, here it is. Thank you, Doodle. This was something I was told about too. I don't even know.
Terry, definitely.
Hey. Huh? What's the matter? Is somebody helping you? Oh, okay. Okay. But you got Mark coming? Somebody called on. Okay. So, is your medication something they gave you? Yeah. You want me to make sure Mark's coming? But somebody's called him, right? Okay. All right. Hey, JP. Good. I think Mark is coming. Mm-hmm. I had him try to get in touch with him again to make sure. Is that okay? Huh? He was letting his ants on you? There's no ants on you, though. It's just, maybe that's how you feel, but there's none on you. There's nothing on the grass. What kind of medicine do they have you on? All right, well, somebody's going to come, okay? Do I need to call 911? Do I need to call the medics? Yeah, we got somebody coming. You want some water or anything?
Andy, I did. Thank you, dear.
You want some water? Yeah, you said okay if you got a little bottle of water. I don't know. I think they changed his medication or something, he said. And he said like ants was crawling on him and stuff. So I got someone coming to. Okay. Yeah. I was right across the street. Back over here. Oh, okay. So. Well, let me know if I can do anything. Okay, I think he's. Okay. Here's some water, JP. You want some water? Okay. You want to try to sit up? You want to try to sit up, or you want to put it to your mouth, or what?
I'll be out in a few minutes if you need anything else.
Okay. That enough? You want more? I can't stop making noises in the morning when I wake If Mark can't make it quick, you want me to get your mom over here? I don't want my mom really in church. All the time I can get on medication, and this is what it does. Crazy. I can't sleep. I can't do nothing. I feel like I hit some eyes.
Okay. I'm not downgrading anybody that has mental health issues. Please understand that when I say what I say. Whatever is happening here, I think I've heard the same thing Mama Bear has. He's having a reaction to some of their medication. But if you notice as he's doing this high-pitched, whatever he's doing, at some point, here a few times now, he's been able to very clearly speak specific words and have full sentences in that voice he's doing it. So that tells me that he's not as incoherent as he's coming off to be. I don't know, guys. I can't take this as being real. I've seen people
Did I hear somebody say in the background that he feels like ants are crawling all over him?
And if
Well, I
this,
certainly wouldn't be laying there still if that was the case.
again, you know,
I would be running all over trying to get him off of me.
he's doing this crying sounding type thing, and then he's having you know, these feelings of different things, but then he starts talking clearly in that same high voice. I don't know what to take from this, but it's a little off to me, is all I gotta say.
Yeah.
Now, again, this man is a manipulator. Everything else that has happened with his wife and everything else, he's been manipulative with. So I don't know if to take this as being real or not. So therefore, I'm not going to judge it per se. I'm just saying I don't think this was after. I think this was a couple years ago, from my understanding. I don't know. I don't know what to call it, guys. I can't call it fake because I don't know. Okay. But I can't say that it's a real thing either, because I don't know. But it seems a little off to me. Between 2016 and 2018, Kel said. So there we go. I don't know. I don't know. You know, I understand what you're saying, Mind of Monsters. I can't get with the high pitched. I am forever scarred by. Yes, I know. Same here. Same here. I get it. He hasn't changed his tone through this whole thing, guys. This is what I'm saying. But as he hasn't changed his tone, he's still having a full-blown conversation about something as medication, blah, 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 blah. And he can make that connection to those things. So I don't know. I'm struggling with this. I really am. This is so ridiculous to me, but that's me. What I would like to know is what happened right before this happened. That could answer a whole lot of questions, in my opinion.
My question is, why is somebody filming it and not calling 911 or something?
Well, they said they called somebody for him. They're waiting on them to get there.
Okay, so why would you sit there and film this person having a whatever is going
Oh,
on?
you're okay, Mom. Your stuff's coming through fine, so don't worry about it. I get it. Just saying. I agree with you, Mama Bear. I don't know. They called somebody, but the guy's still standing here filming this. I don't know what the filming it was about, but who knows? Maybe he took some time on a drug he shouldn't have, and this is a reaction to it. But still,
I'm
I
gonna
don't.
video
I have
this person,
Go
family
ahead.
member, whatever.
Okay. Well, Salty said kind of where my thoughts have gone. I'll be honest with you. That
Yeah.
This guy was a bastard, and he used God putting on a show. And that is one thing you don't do, you guys. You don't use God to manipulate other people, period. I have a huge monstrous problem with that, and I do believe that's what he's done. Well, there again, glad they filmed it, though, because it shows his mentality. Good point, because this guy is very immature. He's very self-centered. He's very selfish. Everything was about him. And again, grooming a 14-year-old girl to fit into what you want your lifestyle. At some point, you married her? No. Nope. Sorry. No, we're not going to watch that again. That's for sure. I will never watch that
Oh
again.
no.
Ever.
Once was enough.
The once was too much. Sorry. All right. So we watched The Fisherman. And again, I feel horrible for him.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good point. Truth in some senses, yes. That's another good point. Debbie Clark, welcome. Glad you're here. If they did not film and something happening, like, that's another good. That's probably exactly why it happened. Great point there. Great point there, Debbie. I agree. So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to go ahead and bring,
All
'cause I
right,
know
Annie, she has no kids, from my
a lot of
understanding.
a lot of people have thoughts on this. So I will invite you all to join us up here and talk about it. I always love to hear you guys' feelings on this. Avery was going to come up here and explain some things too. So 1 second here. Come on down. There's a link pinned in the chat. Let's do this thing, guys. It is a definite mess, this case. There's a lot to it, and I really, really feel that Micah was horribly failed. Welcome, Truth. How are you, sir?
Good afternoon, Mama Bear. Good afternoon, Dago.
Hello, hon.
How are y'all today?
Wonderful, sir.
I'm good. I'm off work.
Hey, that's a blessing right there.
Yes.
Hey, I wanted to take 2 seconds and address what I said when I first came in the room because it was so much to try to type. I didn't want it to come across the wrong way because it was a sensitive subject.
Yes,
When
sir.
earlier on, they were talking. Somebody in the comments had said he needs to be sued and blah blah blah. And what I had said was that is a really dangerous precedent to set when you start suing people based on feelings, right? And even though he may have been a horrible, horrible, horrible individual, and he may be a piece of shit, all of those things are true. My point behind it was you have to be real careful with allowing legalities to be involved with things that can be so subjective, right? So I'm
Oh,
not
yeah.
saying he's not wrong. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve to pay in some manner or another, and as we know, one day he will ultimately, right? But that was my only point. It wasn't taking up for him. It wasn't saying that he was a good person. None of that shit, right? I'm just saying that you have to be careful with placing feelings before the welfare of generalized humanity, right? And I know that sounds really cold and I don't mean it to, and I hope I'm putting it across the right way and it's not coming off wrong.
I think I know what you're trying to say. I do.
Yes.
I believe. No, and I know why you're saying it because there's been a lot of things that have happened in that sense. So Salty says absolutely. So yes. And it needs to stop. I agree. Absolutely. So welcome, Avery, first of all. Thank you for joining us.
Hi.
The Monsters, thank you for joining us as well. It's three awesome guests up here today, guys, and I appreciate all three of you very, very much for everything you guys do.
I just had a
Go ahead, Avery.
I just had a few things that I wanted to touch on, and then I'm going to hop down and go to work. But from both a personal experience and also from going and getting my master's in psychology and studying on it, I seen people, commenting about her flat affect that she had before it happened. And I can tell you that not only from my own personal experience, but from studying it, a lot of times, and I mean, it is statistically proven that before somebody takes their life, they have a high, and it can go from a week to 3 weeks where they're just so happy. They're on top of the world. They think everything is just going great. And then the family is so shocked because just out of the blue, boom, it happens.
Right.
And okay, so in my personal experience, so I've been married twice, and my first husband was extremely abusive. He was to the level of JP, if not worse. And what happens is, which I'm sure a lot of you guys, have figured out with Micah, is you feel like you have no way out. Nobody's listening to you. I was in a small town where it was all of his family.
Yeah.
He was connected to law enforcement. He was connected to courthouses. All the things. But when we separated, he was doing the same things. He was stalking me everywhere. I mean, everywhere I went, when I looked in my rearview mirror, there he was. He would call my phone 150 times a day. I couldn't sleep at night because I would hear his car going up and down my road. He would pull guns on me. I mean, it was all the things. And during our marriage, it was all the elements of abuse. It was physical, it was mental, it was sexual. And it got to the point for me where nobody was helping me. They would arrest him, but they let him out on his own recognizance.
Hmm.
And so you get to that point where you're just like, nobody is going to help me. I can't continue to live like this,
Right.
and then I'm being humiliated on top of it by him. And you literally get pushed to that point.
Yes.
So, but here's the thing, and here's the problem that I have with the way law enforcement is handling this. So in my situation, when I decided that I wanted to leave this world, I didn't tell anybody, and I had that same flat affect that she did.
Hmm.
And I mean, maybe a few quiet tears. And from what I studied, that's pretty common. You're not really hysterical when you're getting ready to pull that trigger. But I messed up, and thank God I did. I messed up, and I did not unalive myself. I hurt myself, but I did not unalive myself. And then people took notice because and this happened back in it was April 2nd of 2002. When this happened, of course, they immediately put me into the hospital on a 72-hour hold. And when the psychiatrist came in to talk to me, and I explained to them why I wanted to leave, that it wasn't really that I hated life or I didn't want to live life, but I felt like I couldn't breathe. Well, they determined that there wasn't anything wrong with me, that I just couldn't handle what was happening to me. And this is when the police finally brought him in and told him, had she, actually succeeded and died, we would be charging you with manslaughter. So so obviously, I didn't pass and he didn't get charged with that, but they did charge him with all the other charges that they possibly could, the harassment, the stalking, everything. And that's what they need to do in this case.
Yes. Yes.
And so
I agree. I agree with you. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I agree with you. He needs to be charged with every single possible thing that they can charge him with. Obviously they can't charge him with. I think there should be a way to, and I know this sounds ridiculous, but if it's proven that he did everything he did, which it seems to be right in front of our faces, there should be some charge if somebody were to take their own life. And I know that, again, I know this sounds ridiculous. There should be some charge out there for somebody to be charged with for pushing somebody to this point.
Yes, and I looked it up for their state. I looked it up, and there are statutes, and it would be attempted manslaughter, and that would be the highest charge that he should receive. And I think that in the very least, with all of the evidence, just in video format, in emails, just the police reports of him putting the trackers on her vehicles.
Absolutely.
I think the police should absolutely at least make the charge, if not attempted manslaughter. Well, in her case, it would be manslaughter, but at least, the harassment, the stalking, and help to set a precedence that this cannot happen. This cannot keep happening.
Right. Yes, ma'am. I agree. And first of all, I want to say I'm so sorry for everything you went through. And second off, I'm grateful that you were able to get through it and that you made the mistake you did to be here with us today to be able to tell us this story, Avery. I really appreciate you feeling comfortable enough to be able to do that.
Yeah, and I appreciate it, and I appreciate, you even saying, that you're sorry. But honestly, I'm not, because from that point on, I was able to get so much help. I went to school for psychology because I wanted to understand the mindset of people like my ex-husband, and it made me such a stronger person, and it made me so much more empathetic and aware to other people who were going through this. And so I think that it happened to me for a reason. I think there's a reason for everything. But
Absolutely.
I think she, in this case, I think that Micah was failed. And no, he didn't, he didn't pull the trigger. But you can push somebody to that point, and there are charges for it. And I think an investigation needs to be opened up into the law enforcement that is over this case.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, I agree with you because it needs to be looked at as to why or how close were they to him, because that
Mhm.
seems to be a big thing. It does seem to happen often now. If you have any form of power these days and you know anybody, things don't get done. They don't get handled like they're supposed to. At all.
Absolutely.
At all. So
And I think this case is our opportunity as content creators to do something good. I know her family's working on it. I know her best friend from middle school is, and I know a PI is. But I think that this is our chance to jump in and do something good. And I think that we all need to push, for this to be handled differently, for maybe some different laws. I don't know. I don't know all the different things that we need to do, but I think that this is our opportunity to use our social media platforms and come together and make a difference. And maybe that's the reason, because I think God has a reason for everything, and maybe that's the reason. Like, don't let Micah's death just go silent. Make something positive out of it, and I think that's what we need to do. I don't know if anybody else would agree with me, but I think it's our chance.
I definitely agree.
I do
Salty
too.
has made a very huge statement too, and I think it's something I'm going to do because I think it's important that we have another show that shows warning signs. Listen, first and foremost, abuse. I know most of you probably know this at this point. Good Lord, is not just physical, okay? And most abuse is not physical. Um, Emotional, mental. There's so many other versions of it that causes so much more damage than physical abuse ever could. And that is what I need to talk about educationally and show the signs for these things and the warning signs for these things and so on and so forth. I mean, heavy duty, you know what I mean? So, and yeah, but yes, I definitely do agree with you, Avery, and I cannot extend my condolences to everything you've gone through to you more, but I do agree with you. It has made you who you are now, which is an amazing, amazing person that
Yeah.
knows what is
And
going on.
I think that's a really good idea to do the warning signs, because okay, her high that she went on with this positive attitude, almost advocating, through her Facebook page to other people,
Right.
that the things she was saying to her family about how things were so much better, she was happy. That is a warning sign.
Well, and that's the thing is that's where it's misunderstood when people see that is
Mhm.
she's happy because she knows that it coming very soon that she's going to be done with all of this because she
Yep.
has made that decision to extricate herself from the situation and knowing that she's no longer going to be suffering at that point. That is a huge warning sign, everyone. A huge one.
Absolutely.
So
No, I seen the video, where he was walking away talking about putting the pictures up, and he put pictures up of her topless, the contacting of all their congregation members to humiliate her, the
yes.
sermons of reading out her messages,
Yep.
having her involuntary committed because he was her proxy, her medical directive.
Power of attorney, right.
Power, yeah. All these things, the tracking devices, the everything, all of this.
It's all about control and power, and that's what's disgusting to me that somebody has to have this
Mhm.
much control and power over another human being. It makes
Yep.
no sense to me. We don't
Yep.
even control our own children this way, you guys, as
And
children.
right. And you cannot do that to somebody. It has to stop. It just has to stop.
unfortunately, a lot of times in these churches, right, these organized religions, I'm going to speak from experience. You know, I don't go to church now because of what I grew up in, right, and what I saw behind the scenes, and so on and so forth. But these people truly believe the teachings that they are taught. Now, in hindsight, looking back, maybe Micah may have changed her beliefs, right? But you have to keep in mind that and once again, this doesn't make any of this right, okay? But people who lead by their faith and not by their own well-being often find themselves in positions of being controlled, whether it's by the church or by a spouse. And then the way that those controllings happen are then justified by the use of the Bible. And that's where it gets really, really, really clouded and dangerous, both for males and females that are involved deeply in churches like this. And you can tell by the way they responded to him when he said, stand up. Everybody stood up immediately. There's a level of mind control in that specific church that I think needs to be looked into as well. Because if he was doing that type of thing to his wife, what was he doing to members of the church behind the scenes? And who was
Thank you.
helping him do that?
Yes, sir. And
Absolutely.
I have to say, I mean, if we know that he started with her at 14, so who else has he done that with? Do you know what I mean? That's what I want to know. If he
Well,
was
and
that
then there's people involved in helping him get away with doing that. I.e., no disrespect here, and I know this is going to be taken sideways by some people, but I don't want to hear a fucking thing from her dad about we're not going to let this die. If you were being a real dad, you wouldn't allowed your daughter to be in the situation she was in at 10 years old, 12 years old, 14 years old, 16 years old, right? So you can't come out now and say, oh, we're going to fight for you. Why weren't you fighting for her when she was being groomed? Or the mother. Now that has to be looked at too, because that means that's a congregational thing. Everybody in that congregation ignored obvious abuse of a minor,
And
which means that they stood with it.
I see what you're saying too, and I have to be honest. I do agree with you to most of what you just said, because the power of the congregation, the power of the leader of the congregation, will make these people blind to the things that are going on, which in turn they're going to say, I didn't see it. It's not my fault. I didn't know. But why didn't you know? Because I'm telling you right now, I don't give a shit if it's church, excuse my language. If it's church, if it's school, if it's the grocery store, if it's my living room and it's your living room, I'm watching my child and everything that's going on with my child. And that I do have to say I have a bit of anger about, because this should have never gotten to this point. She should have never been able to marry this guy.
But he didn't lie about it. That's the
14 years
sad
old.
thing.
It should have never happened. I'm sorry. I have to say that much. So
you're right, Dago. That's the thing. It's not that he hid it from people. If you listen to that couple,
it was right in front of their faces.
Well,
he did it right in front of their faces. Yeah.
He told his friends, and the guy goes, and everybody just said, oh, well. What do you mean everybody said, oh, well?
Goes right back to what I say every day. It's time to stop minding our business. You see something, you say something. This all goes in one big boat, folks. You see something, you say something. Stop minding our business, because what has happened as we mind our business, these things get into play. These things happen. These things carry out over a period of years, and here we are now. So this could have been avoided starting years ago, okay, is all I'm saying. And now we're at this point. So, God, I just don't understand this mentality. I don't get it. So yeah, we need to stop minding our own business, folks. We need to start looking at everything that's going on around us and be aware. If you see something that looks wrong, say something about it, please. Go to somebody else. Talk to somebody else about it. Make it known. Make a little noise about it. It's not right.
And it's not too late for criminal charges. I know her family is talking about civil, and I get that, but it's not too late for criminal charges. They can go to a criminal attorney, a criminal defense attorney right now, and they can start getting things, getting things going. And I really, really hope that they do.
I pray
because even in the very least, even if he can't be charged with, let a jury decide. If he can't, if he's not guilty of manslaughter, he's guilty of some other things, the harassment, the intimidation, the felony stalking. So they really need to go see a criminal defense attorney and push for it.
Yeah. Well, stop being afraid and do it. Don't fear him. There's nothing to fear.
Mm-hmm.
He's done the worst he can possibly do at this point. But again, if he's not stopped now, who's to say he won't do it again? Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, he'll
Because
take his own life. He'll take his own life if things come his way.
because he's a coward. Yes,
Mhm.
because he's a coward and he doesn't know any
Well,
different at that. Now I'm not going to call him any less than that. I'm sorry. So
yeah.
she's not. Okay. This was a different story with her. She was forced into where she was because she again, I feel like she was failed in a lot of ways because people were not paying attention. We have been taught for so long, mind your own damn business. We have been told for so long to stay out of people's business, to stay out of people's lives, to stay away from people, stay away from drama. Don't get away from that. Don't go near that. It's going to be a problem. Dude, enough. This is why our children are missing. This is why people are missing. This is why things like this are happening. It's enough. Enough. We have to start paying attention and minding other people's business when we need to. And we need to start saying things when we see things. Period. It is our business because we are all, and I'm not going religious, folks, but I'm being real. We're all the same brothers and sisters under one God. Okay. We're all we have. We need to protect each other.
Absolutely. And this is the last thing, and then I'm going to hop down and go to work. But in that one video that she did on her Facebook page, when she was talking about how, they always say that God doesn't like divorce and this and that. And then she says, but what about abuse? And what does God think about that? And to me, that was her justifying what she was planning to do in her mind. She was justifying that God will forgive her because God doesn't like what's happening to her. And so I watching that, that was big red flags to me too.
Oh, absolutely. I can understand that. Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I want to say thank you for being comfortable enough to be able to come up here to speak on this and to trust us all in here to speak on this. And again,
and I'm sorry about my channel name. Me and my co-hosts were going full throttle with the podcast.
No, it's okay. It's just when I didn't realize that at first. When I first started this, I was told to put certain words in there to block so that I wouldn't have problems, and murder was one of them.
Oh yeah.
So I didn't even realize that at first, Avery. So I'm so sorry about that. You would never be blocked in here. I hope you know that.
Yeah.
We figured it out when MetaMom was trying to type my channel out to you and it wouldn't post it, and I was like, oh, it's the N word.
Yeah.
It's the red rum.
Right. So please know that you're always welcome to join us here. I know you have to go to work.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And any conversations we're having, you're always welcome. And I really do appreciate you telling your story.
I love your channel. I love listening.
Thank
I
you.
can't always comment. A lot of times I'm working while listening, but I'm always listening.
Absolutely. You can now for sure because we made sure you weren't blocked. So I hope you have a great rest of your day. Wonderful weekend.
You too. All of you.
And all of that.
You.
And happy Mother's Day to all the mommies tomorrow.
Absolutely.
All right. Bye, guys.
Take care.
Bye, hun.
Mind the monsters. Hello.
Hello, dear. So I just want to put my 2 cents in, and then I'll probably jump down and go back to chat too. But I just want to start out with this doesn't only happen to women. This happens to men too.
Oh, it does.
So
yes.
we need to embrace the fact that that abuse and DV does not have a line that's cut between. It happens to both sides.
I've been there.
And I've
private chat,
been-
Mama Bear.
I've been
Okay.
posting since, the beginning of the month. May is Mental Health Awareness Month.
Yes.
And mental health does matter. And guys, I had a producer of a film reach out to me on Twitter and sent me a private link to watch a documentary that he did. And it was a documentary. He was a farmer in New York, and his family were like the first onion farmers ever in the state of New York. And he had been through a lot, and with financially and losing a lot, and losing his farm and losing a lot of other things, and got to that point where he was at self-harm. And he actually did a phenomenal documentary on mental health awareness. And I guess we're all here for our own reasons, but everybody's brought together. And if you are in the true crime community as a creator, a sub supporter, everybody's got a story.
Yeah.
And all my all my contacts are open. And I said this in chat. If you need to talk, call me. Like Doggo said, call him. There's resources that you can reach out to. Call the pizza man. Just call somebody and talk to somebody.
Absolutely.
One of the main warning signs that you'll see in mental health cases like this is extremes. Extreme happiness, extreme prone to religion, extremes that you don't normally see in somebody's personality. That is the one top red flag you're going to see. Myself
yeah,
personally, I got married when I was 16 years old. My mom got remarried, and the guy she remarried wasn't a fan of me. And me and him didn't get along, and he was physically abusive, and I couldn't live there. So I left. And I ended up marrying my best friend. My best friend, never had a relationship, was never anything with him. Just he was my best friend. I've never done good with females. And he was my heart. Like I'd have done anything in the world for the man. When me and him got married, it was beautiful. We moved out to New Mexico and we spent some time here in Florida. And I traveled all over the United States, and I experienced things being a country girl from Kentucky I would have never seen without him. His 16-year-old brother got a Firebird for his birthday, wrapped it around a telephone pole. 2 weeks later, we got a phone call that his dad, who was in a nursing home, had been put in a nursing home by his abusive ex-wife. And we went up there to get him from Florida. We drove to Kentucky, to Illinois, actually, Metropolis, Illinois, to go get him. And he passed away hours before we got there. When that happened, and if you guys are ever in my chat, you'll hear me say this: his cheese slid off his cracker. There's no other way to put it.
I've heard it.
And the man that I married, that was my best friend, that was my everything, that is my oldest son's dad, changed like that. It doesn't always happen in the beginning. He changed overnight. He spent 2 hours in the shower. He came out and was a completely different person. I then was a punching bag. I've been shot at. My nose has been reconstructed. I actually had to go have plastic surgery done on my nose. He was a professional kickboxer in New Mexico. I have a chunk of rib that's missing. I've got scar behind my ear where a bullet grazed my ear, and he wasn't trying to graze me with it. It was an extremely abusive relationship. I was not allowed to talk to my family. I was not allowed to call my mother when he would leave the house. And this was times before cell phones. So we had a pager. He would take the pager with him. He would take the phone out of the wall and take it with him. So I couldn't call anybody. I was literally broken. I was absolutely broken and numb. And it's one of those things about physics. Nothing can take constant battering. It will eventually break. And I was broken. The only thing that saved me from this man is he got pulled over in New Mexico with a stolen firearm in the car. And he did 25 years in prison. He had a bunch of other charges too. He did 25 years in prison. And I left. And I went back to Kentucky. And that was my only way out of that relationship, or I wouldn't be sitting here talking to y'all now. 3 days before he got arrested, he told me he was going to cut my head off and bury it in one place in the desert and bury my body in another place in the desert, so my soul would forever search for the rest of me. And a lot worse things than that were said to me. About 5 years ago, he got out of prison. His mother, of all people, gave him my phone number. He calls my phone. Let's talk. And I don't scare easy. Like, I'm not a scare easy kind of girl. I grew up in the boondocks, so being scared ain't my thing. But I was terrified. And I sat for probably an hour battling with myself to go meet this man.
Mm-hmm.
When I left, I was armed to the teeth. Not going to put any kind of soft padding around it because I was terrified.
Sure.
I went and I talked to him, And after 25 years in prison, he's still the same narcissist he was the day he went into prison. He's still the same person he was. And the only thing he could say to me was, I'm sorry, I broke you and you'll never be the same. Instead of any kind of support, apology, nothing like that. All he said was, I'm the reason you're broken. And I've not talked to him since. Well, when I lived in Daytona, he called my phone and I was standing on my sun deck out in Daytona. And he called me and I was like, what are you doing? Why are you calling me? And he said, you always look good in camo. Do what? What do you mean I always look good in camo? And I looked down and realized I had a camo shirt on. And I turned around and I walked in the house and I got my little friend and I shoved it down the back of my pants. And I came back out on the deck. I said, my kids are here. Don't come anywhere near this house because I'm not responsible for what I do to you. As far as this woman's family, they have every right to get a civil suit. I think that, he should be held accountable. If there's enough evidence that he pushed her to this point, yes, it was her choice to make that choice. But once you're broke down that much and you're told nobody's going to love you, nobody wants to be with you, you're never going to be okay, you're never going to change, you're always going to be alone, I'm always going to be there, you're never going to get away from me. If you leave me, I'm going to unalive you. These are things that are told, and this is both sides. I'm not saying male or female. This happens on both sides. My mom would say a leopard never changes their spots. And I'm not saying people can't change and people can't get better. But if you're in a relationship that is the type of relationship that myself, Avery, many of us, and Micah have been through, step away. This isn't the 80s. This isn't the 90s. There are resources out there. There are people that will listen. There are safe places that you can go.
Especially considering social media is out here now. There's so many of us that are sitting here right now saying, please, I'm here. Like, I'll listen to you. I'll help you. I'll make phone calls. I'll get somebody that will. I'll get a hold of Mind of Monsters or Mama Bear or Salty or somebody that will talk to you that knows more than I do. If we need to do that to help to save you from a situation like this, I absolutely am telling you, we're here for that, if nothing else.
Do not hesitate. You are not alone. If you can hear the sound of our voices, you are not alone. And please reach out because every person matters. Every person matters. And, we're stronger together. And no matter how scared you are or how broken you are, there's always somebody that has been there, done that, got the tattoo and the t-shirt.
Yep, that's true. And it's a choice. It's fact. Listen, I'm thinking of two different things at once. She's absolutely right. Please listen to everything she's saying because she's explaining all the warning signs to look for, to watch for, to listen for. They're all there. They're everybody shows them. We're creatures of what I'm trying to say, and I keep using that word, and I don't want to because of what I use it for the other way. We do things every day the same way. Okay, we all know what each other are doing by acting certain ways. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. But I've been through it myself. I never knew that. Yeah, I never knew it was abuse. The creature, as I call her, that I was married to, was very abusive, mentally and emotionally. I didn't know that. She actually was physically abusive too, but because she was so unhappy within herself, it was always me, my fault. She slept with everybody in the county but me. She did all of these things, and I'm just like, well, this is just how life is. I was young, you know what I mean? I didn't know, but she was very abusive, which is when I didn't realize it until I got in the relationship with my current wife and went, what is this? This is the way it's supposed to be? Yeah, this is real love. What it was with her was obsession and control and all of that. So men do go through it. Men don't like to admit that they go through it because we're men. It's just, you can't do that to me. That whole thing. It happens. It happens to everybody. Mama Bear has been through it. I can guarantee you there's so many people in this community that have gone through it, whether they know they have or they haven't. It's happened, period. And it's sad because I say this all the time. We, as people, human beings, are all we have, folks, is each other. Okay. We need to treat each other the best way we can, but we need to watch each other's backs no matter what. We are all the same brothers and sisters under one God, folks, the same God. We need to protect each other. And whether it's our children, our mothers, our sisters, our brothers, our wives, whatever it is, that's what we're here for. And we need to do that. And that is the only way that we can do that, is just to be real with each other. Watch for these, and we will have another show on this, I promise you. I'm glad Salty saying that really brought that to my mind. So it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
Well, and
Because
that's why I made a comment about the marital property, is because my second husband, as soon as we got married, we were signing the marriage license and he made the comment, "Now I have papers on you." So when I heard the marital property, I kind of got a little triggered.
that's what it does. That's
So, yeah.
exactly. I've heard, you don't know how many things I've heard out here on cases that I've covered that have given me flashbacks, like, whoa, okay, so I'm not the only one that went through that. You know what I mean? That's not normal.
Right.
And that some of these things I've had to learn that weren't normal. I'm just saying, okay, that's just, she's a tiny little 105-pound woman. How could she do that to me? But she did. She made me feel like I was nothing, that I was not important. If I gained a little bit of weight, I was a fat ass. Those are all abuse, guys. Every bit of that. And like I said, you're not too tough as a man to be able to go through it, guys. And you don't have to be a stupid man to go through it. You know, we're not, how can I say this? We're not more dominant than a woman. And I don't like anybody that says that. Yes, men were created as a stronger species. Okay. That does not mean it's true. I can say, and I will say till I'm blue in the face. I personally, and Mama Bear knows this, and so does Brandy and a few other people that have been with me for a long time. I think that the women are the stronger species. I truly do, and I always have, because mentally they are. They may be smaller than us in some ways, okay? But that's just one more powerful thing I think that women have, and they need to understand how powerful they actually are. Every one of you do, okay? You do things that none of us could ever do as a man. Okay, none of us, never, and never will be able to do. I don't care what any man says. Men can do this so much better. Blah blah. No, you can't. You can't bear a child. Sorry, walk away.
I'm not peeing out a baby.
I'm right. That's what I'm saying.
Nope, not doing
I
it.
forgot you were sitting here for a minute.
You can take me off that list. I'm good.
That's what I mean. I mean, there's a lot of things that we will never do.
I'm not bleeding once a month. Nope. Nope. Y'all can have that too. No, ma'am.
So
Listen,
there it is, guys. He's right.
There you go.
Absolutely right.
First of all, I just wanted to say, as a representative of the male species, okay, I apologize to you ladies for the experiences that you've had, but I'm not going to say I'm sorry you had those experiences, and I'm going to explain why, okay, before anybody gets all bent out by that. I'm not sorry it happened to you. I'm not sorry it happened to you at all, because it has made y'all incredibly powerful women who have created an atmosphere for other women who may be weaker in their lives right now to find their own power. And, you know, as horrible as this is going to be taken, I want to say it, but I want you to think about what I'm saying. You know, men can be horrible pieces of shit, right? They absolutely can. But with that horrible piece of shitness, it can also develop amazing abilities like y'all have. Right. And I don't want that to be misconstrued. I'm not encouraging it. I don't think that any of it's okay. None of that. But we are all created to be the people we are by the experiences we go through, whether it be physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse, or any other type. Right.
Yep.
Nobody has a harder life than somebody else. Somebody's worst day is only the worst day they've experienced, not the worst day you've experienced. So I can't put myself in y'all's shoes, right? I know that the experiences I've had have been horrible, but that doesn't match up to somebody else's. But I want to say I'm proud of any female and male, okay, I'll throw that out there too, that has overcome childhood abuses. And I don't mean just getting your butt spanked, okay? I mean, y'all already know, right? And for you to be able to turn your life around and be a positive and not continue that generational curse of abuse, that's beautiful and that should be commended. whether we see eye to eye on cases or anything else. I just felt the need to say that because I think it's important that, you know, you don't feel sorry for someone who's made it out. You praise the fact that they made it out and who they've become. And when they're able to tell their story, you notice it's not emotional because they've taken their story and created an empire with it. And that's all I wanted to say.
The very, very strong conversation, Truth, and I appreciate you putting that out there that way. I do.
Yeah, I respect it and I appreciate you as well. And you know, if I could take it back, I would change a lot, but I would never take back the fact of the person that I am today. And what I went through made me strong and made me who I am today.
Yep.
And made me be able to do what I do today. Because that scared little girl that was raised in the boondocks would not be able to do what I do now.
No, and
She's
that's
still there. She still lives there. But the sunshine or mind of monsters or mom or whatever you want to choose to call me, you know, that you guys get the person that has the experience. And because of my life experience, it made me stronger and made me who I am. And that's why it's so important for me to have a voice and to be a loud voice and to be a change and help make a change. And I'm just going to put one more thing and I'll jump down, doggo, because my dogs are fixing to start raising hell. But
okay. You're welcome to stay, but that's fine.
If you, I might come back up, but I'm going to take the minutes. I had them outside. It's hot out here.
Okay. No, that's fine. Whatever.
And, you know, if you watch the sentencing of Adam Montgomery and listen to Kayla's victim impact statement, that's trauma bonding. She's trauma bonded to that man. And it's very, very sad thing.
Trauma bonding is real.
Codependency is a big thing too, and it goes right along with it, guys. It does, and you're absolutely right, Mom. I agree.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna put them up in the house where the AC is because they're old and she's letting me know if you guys can hear.
The fact that you have to have AC right now is nice because we don't yet. It's still cold here now. I thought I needed it, but I guess not. That's okay.
70s here.
It'll warm up.
I don't even know. Let's see. It's I can't even tell how hot it is on the laptop.
I think it's 45.
It's not like
here.
my desktop. It's miserable already. I mean, I'll be
Mom,
honest.
did you say you're in Florida?
Yeah, I'm in Orlando, and it's
you're in
already
the Wild
miserable.
West.
Dude,
You're in the real
yeah.
wild. You took Texas's position for being the Wild West down there in Florida. It's a different
Man,
world.
I'm telling
down
you,
there.
it's straight up crazy here. It's absolutely. When we lived on Beachside, the Hurricane Ian actually destroyed everything we owned, and that's when we moved. I said, I can't do it again. We've been through 2 hurricanes, and I can't do it again. I financially cannot do it again.
Yikes.
And we moved inland, and I mean, it's a lot better where we are. I mean, I live on a private road, and we've got 4.5 acres. It's all fenced in, and I mean, I've got we're loaded with cameras and security lights, but it's not the city it was 20 years ago. And Daytona is horrible.
I love biking.
It is horrible. Yeah, but when you live there,
I'm
you get
sure coming
so
down there is
tired
fun. I'm
of
sure.
hearing it. You get so tired of hearing it. You get so tired of the bikes, and you know, you get all the yelling and the screaming, and you know, and it's just gunshots constantly anymore, and it's crazy. And then they have these things where Orlando invades Daytona, and they're in the streets like firing into the air, and you know, every time it would happen, I'd go back when I was a kid, and there was billboards up, and it said, "What goes up will come down." So as soon as they would start gathering in the streets, I'm headed back to the apartment, like, get the hell out of the street.
Seriously.
You know?
That's very much true.
Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, I lived on A1A, so like literally
nice.
right in the mix of it. You know, and
Beachfront Avenue.
Yeah, I mean, I worked at Plaza Resort and Spa, and I mean, I was a manager there for many, many years. You know, I know the owner, Jonathan, and, you know, like I know that hotel inside and out. That place has a hell of a history behind it. But just Daytona alone, that city has went down so much. Like Seabreeze, it used to be like a beautiful street to drive down, you know, and you had the restaurants, and now it's turned into Razzles and Coyote Ugly. And, you know,
it looks like a little Vegas. I went because I lived in New Smyrna, and I used to ride my bike to Daytona because it was that close. You know what I mean? and it was beautiful back then. I swear to God, just from the time when I was a kid, it no, 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 no. It's not a family place anymore for sure. I'll tell you that much. I think they built it based on spring break. Honest to God, I think that's what they've redone everything based on. And
Yeah,
it's
but
sad.
then this year they did that whole "don't come to Florida for spring break" thing, where most of the cities locked down the beaches and they locked down. I mean,
Mhm.
they locked everything down. So, here's the thing about Daytona. Daytona was, well, you're right, was built for tourism. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And with tourism, often you bring in people with lack of responsibility
Mhm.
because they're on vacation.
Yep.
And Bike Week used to take care of itself. And I'll agree, the last couple of years have been a little rough down there because it's very much controlled chaos. You know what I mean? But you've
Hmm.
got a lot of these small town clubs coming in, and it creates a hostile situation for,
Yes, sir.
you know,
Yes,
Yeah, and
sir.
like
others.
3 years ago, they stopped Bike Week in Daytona, and they moved all your
Yep.
vendors and all your tents and everything to Ormond and Flagler.
Yep.
And all that did was take Ormond and Flagler, which is usually a really high scale, you've got a lot of bed and
Flagler.
breakfast. You have,
Yeah.
the beach is totally different. Riptides are a lot worse up there on that side or further up A1A when you're headed that way. But I mean, they took all the craziness and moved it to Ormond, but that didn't change Main Street. Main Street will
Right.
always be Main Street.
So
Always be Main Street.
they moved it to Flagler because there was a Flagler in New Smyrna too. Did they moved it there?
Flagler, not
It's
county,
like
Flagler Beach.
15
Flagler
minutes
Avenue
up,
or
15
Flagler
miles
Beach.
up or so.
Yeah,
I mean,
you go like
okay, I know what you mean now. It was
And the
connected
problem
because
was it opened up those roads for transportation back and forth, and it was nothing but bikes and wrecks left and right. And you got clubs, you got one percenters who don't want people passing them, and it
right.
creates a situation, for sure.
I get
Yep.
it now. Sorry,
And
guys.
it's come to Florida on vacation, leave on probation.
Yeah, yeah. There's
That's
a lot
true.
that goes down there nowadays. Like I said, when I lived in New Smyrna, it was pretty quiet. There was the local surfers, and I was the skateboarder guy, and this and that and everything else. We didn't bother anybody. We did what we did, but there was nowhere near as much chaos as what I've seen recently down there. And it's like, what the hell happened? Because I would have taken my family back there where I lived. You could walk out my front door, cross the street, and you were standing in the ocean. It was beautiful. It wasn't too hot because the breeze. It was just, I loved it. Okay, I never lived through a hurricane. I'm just saying. And now I've been back down there, you look, it's like, what the hell? Where did everything go? And why is this like that? And it looks like a little Las Vegas is what I've said. Daytona does at least. So I
And they
Look
definitely
what
still
happened to Nashville. Nashville's done the same thing.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Nashville was growing up in Nashville. It was a big town, but you knew everybody. You know what I mean? Like if your family had been there since whatever, your family knew everybody's family. That's just the way it was. And now when you go to Nashville, go downtown. I dare you. I dare you to go down Broadway and Second
No,
Avenue on a Friday
no.
night and just, you know what? Just go and watch. We used to go down there and go on one of the rooftops and just watch people. I don't drink, so for me it was, I don't give a damn about that. But I love to watch people and process and see what they're doing. And a side note to that, I don't know if any of y'all go on the YouTube lives on here where it's like inside different bars.
Mm-hmm.
If you're ever
I've looked
bored
at
on a
'em.
Friday night and you really just want to go watch something, look up Bar Live, and it'll bring up all inside of bars along the beaches, and it is
Yep.
hilarious if you watch long enough to see like it's just great. You have to go watch it.
Well, like you were talking about Nashville. Look at the Raleigh strain case. That's a classic version of why you don't go wandering down through Nashville by yourself. Period.
That's not an
That's what
isolated thing though. That's
I
what
know
people
that. That's
don't
what I'm saying.
understand.
A lot of people
The
didn't see that until that case came out. You know what I mean?
Well, you see, no one's really doing anything about it now, but that's what Nashville has always done. And I'm not going to talk shit about my home state, right, or my home city either. But what I'm going to say is they need to increase budgets in order to add
Yeah.
protection that's necessary. And a lot of people don't realize those camera signs that were down on Gay Street, or First Avenue, however you want to look at it. It's where First Avenue turns into Gay, which is going underneath the bridges.
Hmm.
Down there they had the signs, all surveillance 24 hours. Well, that's because about 2 months before this incident occurred, they had a contract with an outside company that ran all of these security cameras. There's about 400 of them in downtown Nashville. And they voted to terminate the contract. So when they voted to terminate the contract, the private company came in and took out all of their cameras. Well, that's why there was a lot of boxes that looked like camera boxes that were connected to nothing, because they just took the cameras. Metro owned the boxes, they owned the cameras.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why there was so many signs around town, but no cameras around. And people were like, well, there's a box there, but there's no camera. That's the reason why. So, but it all had to do with when the police budget was cut in Nashville, that was one of the programs that left. So, and you can't control the homeless problem in Nashville. I don't care if you think you're the greatest organizer in the world. A lot of the people that live homeless downtown Nashville want to. They do not want your help. They do not. They don't. You could put them in a brand new home, and they would be back on that riverbank by the next day.
Right.
They have
And
whole
Nashville,
communities.
That's not just Nashville. We have that here, like right downtown where I grew up at. It's that way. They choose to make those choices.
They
to
have
stay that way.
governments, Dago. They have full governments in these
Yes, I know.
encampment camps.
Yep.
Like
Mhm.
craziness.
We have a place here called Tent City. Okay. And it's underneath an overpass. And it's been there for 15 years that I know of. It's huge. It takes up the equivalent of like a whole city block and a half. Okay. A large city block and a half. They have a mayor. They have a treasurer that handles community money. As crazy as this is to hear, but the mayor of Tent City, he keeps things regulated. They have their own police down there
Yes.
within the community. I'm like, what in the hell? Now, our local police will regulate what goes on there because it's their job. It's still in our city, but they have their own internal police with them. I'm like, this is insane, but
Well, that's how they. But
it
this is the
works for
thing,
them.
Dago. If say the police come up, they know how the operation. They know how it's set up in there. So they're
Yes.
going to go to the quote unquote police and say, "Hey, we're looking for this person. You either bring them to us, or we're going to bring our guys in." And a lot of those
Right.
people want zero contact with law enforcement
Exactly.
for whatever reason it might be.
Well,
And so they
yeah.
go get the person. It's a very interesting, regimented, regulated group of people. It goes good for them, but it also becomes very difficult when investigations start, like the like
hmm
the Riley case did,
Right.
and where they're told don't say an effing word. You know what I mean? And
Of
then
course.
they will abide by that, and they have to for their own safety.
Absolutely. And a lot of those people that live in there, they live in there by choice. And that's why they don't like the police, because they have, some of them have warrants. They have this, they have that, they owe taxes, they do that. So they disappear and I'll go off grid and live in these communities. Whatever. As long as they're not hurting anybody, they're not hurting each other, and they're living by the most amount of life's rules, then that's their issue. I don't care. If it doesn't affect me, okay, move on. But it is a very if you step into their world and you don't respect it, that's the dangerous side of things, in my opinion. So,
Oh yeah, and just for the record, because I haven't said it openly, my opinion on Riley's case has changed.
mhm,
110%. I was at a different view, a month ago, and was
right.
pretty steadfast in how I was, and even from my position that I was looking at, I saw it the correct way, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But once you step back and you look at it, and you look at kind of what the parents are doing with their investigation and what's kind of coming to light, and you start looking at the fraternity, and you start wondering, why didn't they help search? And questions start raising that were originally asked, but were kind of, filtered out because they weren't serious enough to answer at that point, if that makes sense.
Mhm. Mhm.
And so I just wanted to throw that out there because we kind of touched on Riley just a little bit, but I think
Yeah.
that case is something that deserves a whole lot more attention, and not so much attention going after Metro or the medical examiner's office, because remember, they can only work on facts,
That's it.
right?
Yeah.
And so the facts they have are based on the autopsy and what the body looked like, right?
Yeah.
Now, that's all. And mind you, also, toxicology is going to be highly affected after 14 days in water.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. I'm not going to say that it's to a point where it's inconclusive, but you're going to lose a lot of evidentiary findings that you would have gotten from the tissues prior to that exposure.
You're
And
right.
not only topside exposure, but full exposure because he was underneath the water for 14 days. Well, probably more like 13 days. But
Yeah, no, I agree. Real quick, Popper does say, but that, and he's based out of Michigan. It doesn't stop cities from throwing millions of dollars at the homeless problem. These people making $150K a year to fix the homeless problem would be out of a job if they actually did their job. And I have to agree with him because it's a mess. That whole thing is a mess here too. And I'm in Ohio. He's in Michigan. You know, you guys are in completely different states, and I think that it has not been looked at in the right fashion per se, I guess you could say. So
what do you think what do you think the just everybody on board, Mama Bear, Mom, all y'all, Dago, what do you think the solution is? I'd be curious to hear each one of y'all's answer. Not, I know we're all going to say I don't know, but if you were put
Yeah.
up right now and you said you got to figure it out, what do you think you would come up with? Because it's such a vast problem. How do you
Well,
deal with the people that want to be homeless versus the ones that don't want to be?
that's the thing. The problem is the ones that want to be, they want to be, period. Now, I think, you know, it does cause some problems, like especially in Los Angeles and places like that where they're sleeping right in the middle of everywhere and living everywhere. So, you know, I don't know if there needs to be laws for certain things, but if these people aren't hurting anybody and they're, you know, abiding by, you know, city, town, state laws, whatever it is in those areas, maybe make a place for them. Maybe take some of the funding that has been put out there for the homeless and just make a place for them to where they're happy with it. End of story. The thing is I think the government
respectfully, isn't that though this might cause issues and I don't mean it to, it's a question, y'all, isn't that what the projects are for?
No, you're right, they are in some senses, but
So
here's
then
the
wouldn't it
thing.
make more sense to push those who have been in the project system for X amount of years? The idea is for those places to be temporary till you get to a better place in life, right? So if these people have lived there 10 years or generationally and they haven't, you know, there would have to be, you see what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
there's a
but
position
no, I
of
know what you're
movement.
meaning, but see, here's the thing though, True. Some of these people, they'll never step any further into any more forward in their lives. So that's just where they're at. Okay. Whether for whatever reason it is, I know that sounds harsh to say that, but some of them just won't. That's where they're happy. They don't push forward to go any further. They'll live the rest of their life in that sense and stay at that point. Hold on a second, Dan. That's just my opinion with that scenario though. Because I've seen it. I've actually literally seen it. They get to a point in their lives where they're comfortable. They have what they need. They agree. They feel that they need. The link is in chat, Dan. And at that point, after that, what else do they need to do to go forward? And I'm not saying I agree with it. Okay, I'm just saying it happens. So, yes, the problem is some of these people that live like in the tent cities and stuff. Okay, they don't have to pay utilities. They don't have to pay taxes. They don't have to pay for parking in some cities because that's a big thing, I guess. They don't have to pay for pretty much, you know, home lot rent, whatever the hell you want to call it for their home. They just have it. Now, even in the projects, though, Truth, you got to pay your own utilities. You got to pay rent. You have to pay this unless you end up on certain like Section 8 or this or that or what, you know what I mean? These programs that they have, but not everybody qualifies. And then there's waiting lists. And then there's all these other problems. So then these people say, well, I'm not going to get it. I give up. I'm out. And they go live in the park or whatever. So, you know, there's a lot of other little issues that go with it. I'm just saying, I guess. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, I apologize for my profile picture. I don't have anything else on my phone right now.
It's all right. Mine's a bull taking a shit. So
I know who you are. Most everybody knows who you are, but don't worry about it. I know you probably got something to speak on as far as this is concerned. Go for it.
Yeah, I kind of missed a couple minutes while I was doing some things before I jumped up here, but I was just gonna say I heard my eyesight's very bad, so I can't read the name. The gentleman that was talking, that was talking. That's from Nashville.
Yeah.
My point on what I was saying is, you know, a lot of these, and I'm not saying all of them, but a lot of them, you know, they're not going to work themselves out of the job, so they put band-aids on situations instead of actually fixing the problem. Because if there were no homeless, then these people wouldn't be making. And in some areas, you know, like San Francisco and stuff like that, they're making well over $150,000 a year. But I heard his question about a fix, and I think, I mean, one thing is I think there should probably be like a city, instead of putting the money for, you know, some of the programs that they currently use, it really doesn't change anything. It just makes, you know, maybe makes life a little bit easier for them temporarily, you know, food and health, that kind of stuff. Instead of that, I mean, I think there should probably be something like a city funded drug and alcohol rehab that's mandatory before receiving any assistance from any kind of, I'm not saying no assistance from the city, but I mean, if you take a homeless person that doesn't really want to be homeless, but they have drug and alcohol problems, and you take steps to get them into a place and get them into a job, odds are they're probably going to end up right back on the street if they don't get the drug and alcohol problem fixed. You know what I mean?
Well, I would agree with you, but I would also challenge the fact that a lot of them don't have drug or alcohol problems. And
No,
then that lies in another issue. But, you know, you make a good point. I think an audit of anything that's related to the homeless should be necessary nationwide. But I think the interesting thing is you have these nonprofits that go out here and they give these tents out to the homeless, which is, you know, great, except then the city comes in and tears down the tent cities. So it's either stop giving the tents that create the tent city or allow the tents to be given for a particular area, because it seems to me like it's just a full draining of resources from nonprofits while the city continues to make money off the problem.
Yeah, and I wasn't saying the drug and alcohol rehab for everything. I'm just saying to the ones that applies. If somebody's homeless and
Agreed.
they don't want to be homeless and they have a drug and alcohol problem, that should be fixed before the homeless. I mean, obviously you're not going to be homeless if you're in a drug or alcohol rehab facility, anyways. But you know, before, you know, helping with employment and housing and all that other stuff, you know, the underlying, just to the ones that it applies to, the underlying issue should be fixed first. But you know, when you first asked that question and I heard Dago's, that was kind of my gut response too, was, you know, an area, you know, to get them off of, you know, the city streets and in front of shops and restaurants and that, you know, and like, you know, some of the filth that's in California, to get that away from those types of areas, just give them a spot. But then you run into a problem of, you know, you're going to have a large area that's, you know, a lot of filth.
Well, and that was the rest of it too, Dan. You're right. That in turn, if you're going to give them that area, they need to be held accountable for keeping it kept up and keeping it clean, which some places do this.
Or we just stop pushing people out of their homes and foreclosing on people's homes and raising the everyday cost of shit and making minimum wage stay the same, and you only get X amount of money for what you do or whatever, and quit pushing people to have to be independent contractors or independent workers so that they can make more money than the 9 to 5, and then maybe we would be doing a little bit better. But when the C word hit, right? A lot of the people that were doing decent in life, small mom and pop business. I mean, you imagine working your arse off, right? I mean, just working to the bone, sun up to sundown to create a business. And then this BS happens, regardless of where you stand, right? And you lose everything. Think about the mental health issues that causes, and then you give up, and then you end up homeless, and your family ends up leaving you. And these are the realities. I challenge people to look at the statistics. Look at how many more men are homeless than women. There has to be a problem addressed with that alone. right? And I'm not old man. We got to fix, but you got to think about
Well,
what's reality.
I think some of that though, truth is based on that. There's a lot of single mothers that have children that can't just choose to be homeless because they have children. That's one part of it. Two,
Well,
I'm
one
telling you
life
right
is not,
now,
with all due
women are
respect,
more
one life is
intelligent than
not more
men.
important than the other.
Well, I'm just saying that's a possibility, is what I'm saying. I'm not
Right.
saying that's a fact, but two, I've always stated, and I always will believe that women are way more intelligent than we are and make better choices. So there's that. Okay. But this isn't always about choice, too. I agree with you. You know, the cost of living, I think Sherry said it here. The cost of living is 3 times what the income rate is. So how are we supposed to survive in that aspect when it's like that? Or you know, you have people that are in certain situations. You know, I'm the only one or my wife is the only one working in our relationship because I'm waiting on a disability situation, which is denied, and I have to go through it again per se. All those things like come into play with this situation, but the biggest part of this, though, I think Dan will hit on a big one because a lot of this stuff is, at least in my area, is drug and alcohol related. Okay, I've noticed that because like there is housing for some of these people, but they're not allowed to do drugs or alcohol in the housing that's provided for them. They make a choice. Well, if I can't get my drink on or do my thing, I ain't staying here. So what do you do in those aspects? You know what I'm saying? You got to get help for those other things in some ways first, and then you deal with it this way. But they both go hand in hand. So how do you pick which is more prioritized?
I think Dan has a really good point, and I've been just sitting here thinking about it since he said it when he said about the money. And I'll take it a step further. It even goes to, I wonder, and I need to look this up. Someone will probably do it before I have a chance to do it. But how much money is invested in homelessness per year, right? Just simply off foundations and reportings. You know what I'm saying? So the money is if there's a solution, there's obviously the money there to fulfill the solution, but no
Right.
one's working together for the solution. So at the end of the day, it comes back to the banks, it comes back to big business, and it comes back to money because these houses are sitting empty. Hundreds of thousands of houses are just rotting away with no one living in them. So it was more important for them to kick people out of their homes and
Yep.
let it rot away than allow them to stay there and work on paying back or getting, or even in the market of real estate, if you would have forgiven all these home loans for that back part, it would
Thank
have
you.
affected your bottom dollar maybe a couple of bucks, right? It wouldn't have really hurt the industry as a whole. And then let everybody start fresh and new. Yeah, you'd have lost some money. It would have been a great loss. But you know what? That's the great thing about taxes because then you can file that as a loss under your taxes. So I never understood all that. I mean, I do, but I don't. You feel what I'm saying? Like it is. You're right. He's 100% correct. It's a
I
business,
agree
and you
with.
can't
I
fix the
do.
business.
Yeah,
Well,
and add to that real quick. Sorry, Dan, just real quick. What Sherry just said is now the illegal immigrants are coming in here. Now we're being flooded over by this, and they're getting the free housing and the free food, while we still have people that are sleeping in boxes on the street. Again, another problem that's outweighing the
Oh,
initial problem.
we're gonna go down that road. Shit.
I'm just saying it's another point
No,
in
you're
fact
right.
of the matter.
The sad thing is you're right. You're 100,000% right. And you know, at the end of the day, I'll say this: when you start feeding and giving mental health support to our veterans, then I'll start respecting illegal immigration.
Thank you.
Until
Thank
then, I
you.
will not respect it. I'm not
I've
saying.
said that 1,000 times. I've said that. It drives me nuts because my uncle was a veteran that had nowhere near enough help. But we have veterans that have defended this country to keep us all free that are sleeping on the sidewalk outside the damn White House every single day, and nobody does anything for them. That's all I'm saying.
And
Go
most of
ahead.
that has to do with mental health. And yes, there's substance that is included in a lot of that. But you have to understand a lot of these veterans never had a day of substance abuse problems until they were in active combat. And while in active combat, they made choices to use. I was just talking to a buddy of mine the other day, retired out of the Air Force, was a pilot for high ranking officials. I'll say that, right? And he was telling me about his first deployment to Afghanistan and how that's when he used certain things that he never thought he would use. And it became a problem for him, but it was only masked because of the opiates that were given to him by the military. And so when I look at someone like that and of his prestige and how, his character, and I think even you got drawn into that, well, then these guys come back home and either their families have left them or their wife or husband has cheated on them or XYZ. And now you're faced with being a normal everyday person while you've just been involved in the worst of the worst that you could see of your life. And then you expect them to rebuild themselves while paying child support and alimony. It's insane what our veterans are faced with when they come back from active, war. And then for us to just say, oh, okay, well, you go fight other countries, but we're going to let them just come in here for free. And then we're going to give them the money that you should be getting. Dago, you started this.
Hey, actually, the wise one, Miss Sherry, started this. I'll be honest with you, but I agree with her wholeheartedly. So
makes me so angry.
It's all true facts. It's all true. I've always said that. I think Dan, even back when we were in the other community, we talked about it at one time when he was the only person in my chat for 8 hours and nobody else knew I was even live because I didn't know what I was doing. But anyway, we had these conversations, if you remember, about, we're worried about this, that, and everything else that's going on and going into all these other countries and minding their business. But again, I'll say it again and again the same way. There's veterans, regardless of what the issue is, okay? Whether it's because of alcohol, because of this, because of that, mental health, whatever it is. We're minding everybody else's business and sending millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars, trillions of dollars to all these other countries when we can't take care of our own shit.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, millions of dollars is nothing. I mean, it's
trillions.
Yeah.
And more. Okay, I agree. Like, why can't we mind our own business first, and then if we got leftovers, which we'll never have because we're so far behind on everything, then throw some money their direction. I've never understood that. Take care of the people that make this country what it is.
What's even harder to understand is if money's just printed, why are we pay taxes?
Don't go there with me. We don't want to have that conversation either.
I'm just saying, if we're going down this road, let's take a deep dive into fuckdom.
It's a good way to put it.
I mean, this is kind of going backwards a little bit, but it's a thought that I had a couple minutes ago. But it also concerns taxes. When we were talking about the homeless stuff, and the drug and alcohol addiction and stuff like that. I was just going to make a point, like these cities, and I can't name one of them. I think Seattle was one of them. The ones that were providing, using taxpayer money, were providing, clean needles, safe places to do their, I mean, I get.
Thank you, Doodle.
I get it to an extent, but what's more important, like fixing their living situation and getting them healthy and not on drugs and alcohol, or letting them kill themselves with clean needles?
Listen, I'm the cold-hearted one on this one. I'm 100% for it. I think, and I'm gonna get some flack for this, I'm sure, but natural selection is a mother trucker. And if you're going to make those choices and you're going to play with your own life like that, then eventually your numbers are going to run out. This is coming from a recovering addict who truly understands addiction. All right. So, yeah, give them the opportunity to have a clean atmosphere, clean stuff, clean all that, because what does that do? It helps the community not trip over needles and stab themselves. It keeps your kids from seeing junkies shoot up in an alleyway. It keeps the illusion away, where it at least gives the opportunity for these people, if they're coming in to use, they can also access resources if they feel that that's what they want to do. There's one thing about, pacifying someone's addiction, but there's another in trying to make sure that if they're going to use, that they don't die, because maybe eventually they'll get to a point where enough is enough, right? And you talk to anybody's family member who has lost somebody out here to these streets and to addiction specifically, and they'll tell you, I wish they would have had a better way to at least stay here longer.
Yeah, and I agree with you, but let me say this real quick, because this is something about this whole thing that bothers me with the drug thing and all that. Being an EMS, I saw how they started handing out Narcan, okay, because there were so many people dropping dead from the opioid crisis, so on and so forth. But at the same time, I had a child that was two children that were deathly allergic to bees and bee stings, right? So if in turn we had to carry an EpiPen in our home and renew it when they went bad, blah blah blah. And at some point it wasn't a big deal. And then they started handing out these drugs for free to save people's lives, which is the same thing that an EpiPen does that costs $1,500 per pen. Who the hell can afford that? So if you don't have that pen, what do? You
go to Walgreens because now they give it to you for $1.
The EpiPens?
Yes.
Okay, at this point now, yes, I'm talking about when that first happened.
Okay.
Is what I mean. And I that's what I'm talking about, is about how these things go into play. And I guess, thank God it finally happened. But a lot of people had to make a big deal about that scenario because they're handing out one drug to save lives. On the other hand, charging you a month or 2 months worth of a paycheck to pay for that just to save your child's life if needed.
Well,
So
insulin's the
that stuff
same
wraps
way.
into it.
Insulin's the same way. I think insulin should be free. The cost of manufacturing insulin is very, very, very minimal. Very minimal. And with the government owning one of the patents to insulin, they should be able to manufacture it at no cost to American citizens. And I would be perfectly okay paying a tax for that. Like, honest to God.
Yeah.
Because I know
No, I
a lot of people that are insulin dependent that struggle to pay for their insulin.
Yeah.
Now, once again, Walmart has a program where you can get them, I believe, for about $25 for 10 ml, but you can only get those like twice a year. It's supposed to be like a subsidy when you find yourself in a little bit of a situation. You know what I mean?
Right. No, I understand. I had to put that argument in there because that was a big deal and a big problem for me when that happened. I didn't actually realize, because they're adults now and they get their own stuff, but I didn't realize that had changed, and I'm glad that it did, because I was really bothered by that. But moving on, ignore me and do what you're doing. So,
Hi, everybody.
hello, Golf. Thank you for joining us. How are you
Hi.
today?
I'm good. I'm good. Hi. Do you know how countries who has the least amount of drug addicts and problems with drug issues and homelessness? Do you know what those countries are, or have in common?
No.
They all have legalized drugs.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I've heard this.
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard this.
You legalize, and I would say there's going to be, people that are going to go out and kill themselves first thing they do. You can't stop them from that anyway. But if you decriminalize every single drug out there, a lot of issues like this will get solved, in my opinion. Just decriminalize it and let them do what they do instead of handing out free needles. That's putting band-aids on bullshit. And it's the same thing like I'm hearing about homelessness. You need to reinstate all those mental health facilities, number
Yes.
one, because
one.
the most people out on the streets today have mental issues. And if you do not tackle the mental issues, how you think you're going to tackle the homelessness? You can't.
That
And
goes
it
back to what Dan was saying. I agree with you.
creates jobs for people as well. Mental health facilities needs to be brought back in. Like we didn't have this 50 years ago because we had mental health institutions.
And I talked about that a year ago, that they needed to reinstate all the mental health in-house facilities, because when they disappeared, when did all this stuff start happening? There you go. Okay. Why did they take it away? It was supposedly because of funding. Well, we have all this funding that's going towards the homelessness, supposedly, as Dan was talking about before. So if you're saying what you're saying is true, and I believe that it is, I'm going to say 75% of the homelessness is based on mental health issues. If you take that money and adequate it to that, maybe that will make a big difference there. And then you have housing and mental health handled in one thing, and then we can move from there. I agree with you wholeheartedly on that.
Yeah,
Paul.
but it has to be put into place, like both
Yeah.
decriminalization, and of course that will kill the prison industry, that we have today. It's going to kill the prison industry.
Not if we arrest the illegal immigrants.
No, well, yeah, I guess.
There's that too. Yeah.
But anyway, I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in here and give the solution. That's
Good.
it.
No, that's a good point. And Salty has another, in my opinion, good point. Society blamed mass shootings on mental illness and no need for gun control, but nothing has been done to address the mental illness the right way. Facts. These are facts. Guys, there's such a small percentage, and I mean, I could look it up. It's going to take a minute, but it's a very small percentage of people that have dealt with mental illness in the right ways, that has had help with it, that it's all been dealt with. a very small percentage. That should be the percentage of people that haven't had it dealt with, because it's like 75 to 85% of the population is dealing with mental illness issues that have not been dealt with because they can't get the right resources. The resources are there in some senses, but they're not the right type of resources for some of these people. Nobody is looking at it. Nobody's trying to change it. And that is probably the biggest answer to most of the questions we have right now. And that goes all the way back to even as far as missing children and missing adults. It leads to all of those things. There's little arrows that point to all these things that we talk about. In some form or another, it leads back to mental illness, drugs, all of it. All of it.
The big question should be, why does our country have so much mental illness?
Well, I want to touch on something you said a minute ago, Dago, about the mental illness and why the funding dried up for these facilities. You said it was a fun. I don't think it was necessarily a situation of we just don't have the funds.
Well, they claimed that. That's what I'm saying. They claimed that. So I think you're right, though. Go ahead.
I think it was more along the lines of, okay, like we're giving $100 million out of the budget every year goes to these mental health institutions to help with that issue. I think a lot of it was, this $100 million could be, and I don't want to go down any kind of like a political rabbit hole or anything like that, because that can get toxic. But I think it's a matter of like what they would rather spend the money on that would improve. Trying to figure out how to say this without.
I know what you're trying to get at, but go ahead. You're not going to offend anybody.
So would we rather put this $100 million into this program that most of the voting public doesn't really have any kind of exposure to, or would we rather put that $100 million that's going to directly affect the voting public in our area and potentially get us more? I think it was more that than it was. They just didn't. They chose not to have the funding because they're.
Well, and also, you're right, Dan. And here's the thing: is the other side of that too. There's another part to that, and I know you guys are going to know this when I say it. Those programs that he's talking about, where they're choosing specific programs, you guys might want to argue with me. I believe in what I'm saying right now is that the programs that have been chosen is because there's a kickback from those programs going to government officials. That's why those programs are chosen. Okay. And I had people say, I don't think so. I don't think so. Come on. Let's think about that, because we see our officials living quite well. Okay. Do you think they're going to put something out there, implement a program that they're not going to get something out of?
I've never seen a poor politician in Washington.
Thank you.
So this is kind of related, but it's kind of goes to. There's so much unnecessary money. So, we've all heard the stories for decades about how the military will spend $18 on a $2 screwdriver or that kind of thing. But so I know somebody personally that works for one of the local school districts. About 5 or 6 years ago, at the end of the budget year, there was like $36, $37 left. And at least in Michigan, or at least in our area, the way it works is, if just to use simple numbers, if the school district gets $1 million per year, but they only use $950,000 of it, next year their budget is going to be $950,000. So they do everything they possibly can to use every penny of the budget that they're allotted, so that they don't lose that money, even if it's on stuff that they don't need. And the example I was talking about is 4 or 5 years ago, this local school district had, $35,000-$40,000 left in their budget. So they went out and bought a van that they absolutely did not need, because they have like 2 vans that basically sit in the parking lot of the school for most of the year. They're only used for like really short school trips for sports teams and that kind of thing. But just so that they could use the last little bit of this budget so they didn't lose it the following year, they went out and bought a van that was not needed.
Yeah, and if you think about a kickback on that, the school got $1 million and somebody else got $1 million. So there you go. And that's the problem. That's the fundamental issue with the kickbacks in this political area we live in, is that unfortunately they give very little money. Like the school probably deserves more than $1 million, right? Let's say teachers deserve better salaries, all that, good stuff. They could have spent all that money on all that. Instead, they're paying someone else for kickbacks so that next year they get a little bit more. Just somebody's pocket has to be fed for that
Of
to
course.
actually function, right?
Of course. And, instead of buying better books or better computers or something
Yeah.
that the kids could actually, or better salaries, agreed.
Correct. And then so that you have a program, $100 million. Somebody else is getting another $100 million just to make that possible. And
Yeah.
that is where everything is messed up. That's where everything is messed up. And
Okay,
then we
so
can go in and discuss all the, issues with the, this and that. But I can tell you for a fact, nobody's going to legalize at least hardcore drugs in this country, that or decriminalize that.
No,
Because
no.
it's going to rock the boat too much, and there's too many people making too much money on that industry as it is. So unfortunately,
We still have people going to prison for marijuana.
exactly,
Uh-huh.
yeah. So that's, I mean, marijuana might change, it's shortly.
They're going to
It's
Schedule
slowly.
3 with it. They're going Schedule 3, I believe, next month, which will make it me- basically medical with some addictive properties, I guess. And the
Mhm.
only reason they're doing that is so the pharmaceutical company can start growing. And then the idea is that your insurance company will pay for a prescription, so then
Mhm.
your insurance will cover your cannabis, which
Yeah.
And that's
just
it right there. Is it has to be able to help big pharma before it's going to be
Correct.
okay.
Well,
That's
listen,
all.
here's the thing. I have to play devil's advocate with this one, and it's because there are a lot of people that would benefit from cannabis who cannot afford the cost of dispensaries. So when you put it into a position, which a lot of us have been screaming for many years, which is the medical value of it is unbelievable, especially those with PTSD, I specifically speak of, and those with extreme traumas that they don't know how to deal with. I'm also a huge proponent of mushrooms. I'll stand by that to the day I die. One of the greatest things about DC, if you ever get to go to DC, and it's crazy that it's our nation's capital, is that you can buy mushrooms in DC legally. You can
Mhm.
also purchase DMT legally in DC. And so our nation's capital allows these things because they understand that the research properties and the mental health value that mushrooms specifically give are incredible. And it's not, you don't take them to trip, you microdose, you take 0.3 every day, right? Which is very little amount. It is unbelievable. And I
A
encourage
regulatory amount, right? That makes sense.
what it does is so, and I don't mean to go too far into this, but I think it's very important that people understand the value of it. When you have PTSD, part of that is scarring of the brain, right? Any type of trauma that you have creates a scar on the brain.
Mhm.
So as your brain is working and it runs into this scar, well, it's like a brick wall that'll shut your world down, it'll shut your day down. Maybe it just shuts a few minutes down, but it's highly effective on your life. When you start adding psilocybin in small doses over a period of time, what it allows your brain to do is to redirect and rebuild passages through your brain. And as it comes up on these scar points, it will build around the scar point, almost like a bulldozer making a new tunnel. And it will kind of tunnel its way around that scar. So then it'll, when your receptors are firing, it'll no longer run into that wall, it'll shoot around it. And this is science. You can look it up. There are massive amounts of studies out that back it now. You're not taking it to trip. You're not taking it to have a psychedelic experience. Matter of fact, you shouldn't feel anything other than the day being brighter, sounds being louder, crisper, right? And you have to understand that you have to face all of these demons again. Every one of your past experiences, you have to face them in this process of rediscovering of yourself, right? And once you go through this, if you it's literally life changing. And yes, I'm speaking from experience, right? You can take yourself from a very angry individual at life because of what life has put in front of you and become a softer person, more open and more understanding. And it's amazing.
And also, you're preaching to the choir, by the way, but also the medical benefits, like you have cancer patients, and you live in a state where it's illegal to consume marijuana, right? You're not able to do that. You can you lose your job if you go in for a testing or whatever. So, but these things also have medical values, like medical properties, which should be good for anybody with anything like that of that value. So I just don't understand why we even have to have this discussion. It's like it's so obvious. Everybody knows about that today, and that we're still fighting marijuana is absolutely ridiculous, and mushrooms as well, as a matter of fact. But I'm a proponent of legalize everything.
I never knew that. I've heard the things about mushrooms, and of course,
Mhm.
I did them when I was younger. But
Oh, it's fantastic.
Oh my
I've
God.
heard stories recently.
Yeah.
Listen, it is. I'll tell y'all from once again from experience that the first 2 months are absolute hell.
Hmm.
If you are not prepared to face every demon you have ever had to encounter in your life, do not embark on the journey. I mean, replaying everything so vividly, especially when you sleep. Okay, just be expecting that you're going to lose a lot of sleep in the first 2 months, but once you get past that, it is like an awakening that I cannot explain to you. You still remember the incidences that happen, but only when you want to remember them. And when you find yourself telling of those experiences, right? Like when you're sharing something that's happened to you or a story about how you overcame something. Other times, before going through this process, you may not have been able to say it without crying or without choking up. You find yourself being able to tell the story with such confidence and victor over it that it's an unbelievable feeling. But it is hell for the first 2 months.
Hmm. Well,
Hey,
acid is a good thing too, because but what that does is it expands your mind, and that's dangerous. Mushrooms
yeah.
was the same thing, I guess. But yeah, I'm like we could
What
do
were you
it
gonna
in
say,
drug
Dan?
form.
No, I was just gonna say I'm gonna need to jump down. I gotta finish out my day so I can head home here in a little
Gotcha.
bit.
Okay. All right,
So,
bro. I appreciate you jumping up. I like your insight always. I will talk to you soon. And again, thanks for jumping up here.
Hey, yeah. If you can give me a call later on this afternoon to
Yeah,
talk
I
about.
will. Definitely. Definitely.
I
No
mean,
problem.
I'll have to get with Morty and see when she's available.
Yep.
We just kind of
Sounds like a
want to.
plan.
All right, sounds good.
Yes, sir. I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Thanks a lot.
All right, bro.
I'm going to jump in for a minute.
Please
I'm a
do. Please
big
do.
supporter of hallucinogens for reasons that if you actually do studies and look at the studies that have been done and do a little bit of research, they've actually been using psilocybin and mushrooms on our war veterans that come back for many years, and they help with
Mhm.
depression, PTSD, and things like that. And where I live here in Orlando, we actually have an ayahuasca church, and
Which
it's
is
very
what?
controlled.
That's
What
amazing.
is that again?
Ayahuasca is like, I guess the closest thing for people to understand would be like peyote.
It's the sister of peyote is the best way. She's right.
Yeah, it's I know it's a odd term to use, but
Awesome.
there's studies that have been done that it may not be for everyone, but that's something that has helped many, many, many people. There's actually a couple in Canada that has they've actually built labs and did a lot of research, and they have a clinic that you can go to, and you can take psilocybin therapy, and they put you in a
Mhm.
room, and it's all the room is painted a certain way, and it's a very calm, and you actually have someone, not necessarily a nurse, but you have like a caretaker that sits there
Yeah.
with you throughout
They
the
have those in the
whole
U.S.
experience.
They have those
You
in
know,
Denver. They have those in Kentucky. They have them in Virginia, and they have them in New York and New Jersey as well. And they also have another thing that's great, Mom. I don't know if you've looked into this at all, but it's ketamine treatment. And the
Oh,
ketamine,
yeah.
I've heard of that. Yeah. Yeah.
ketamine.
Oh my
I
Ketamine,
just
yeah.
had a whole thing with ketamine. When he had his wreck, he was
yeah.
in a coma. And when he came out of a coma, and I mean, he's very open about this. He's been on my panel. He's a drug addict. Like he was a drug addict for many, many years. And he's been clean for almost a year at this point. And
Congratulations.
when they put him through surgery, they were coming in there and giving him all, the normal morphine and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he was literally in a coma crying. And they come in there and they come in the room and they asked me, they were like, hey, what is his choice? Da, da, da. And I told them what his choice was. And they were like, well, what the hell are we going to give him? Nothing's going to help. And I'm from Kentucky, so I'm well aware of what Ket is. So I was like, ketamine. And she was like, well, we don't even carry that. I have to have it made. So they called down to the pharmacy and they actually made ketamine and brought it up for him. He was on it
And
for a couple of weeks.
Anybody
And
who's like, just to insert, because I see a lot of people having issues with drugs and stuff like that. Just look at the side effects of legal drugs. I mean, you are going to develop side effects as a cancer patient for the rest of your life taking the drugs that they give you. Why on earth are we fighting drugs that are natural, that comes from Earth, from Mother Earth?
Well, and that's
insanity. So
God gave us these things when He made the planet and put us out here.
Exactly. As
So-
a cancer patient, I'm going to have scars for the rest of my life just from the medicine I'm taking, and there's no two ways to go around it. So unfortunately we're in that position where we're like, we don't even consider the legal drugs that they shove down our throats being harmful because they're legal. So that makes me really upset. I'm so sorry, Mom, to just,
no, you're
'cause I
fine.
see
So
a lot of comments.
my point is that, I try my best. I don't say I don't completely, but I try my best to live my life without putting chemicals in my body at all. I use natural shampoo like that. I know that sounds weird for me, but
yeah,
I really do.
hopefully
And
you'll
I'm
never
very
have to
big
go
about
through chemo.
natural stuff.
Yeah.
I'm very
Yeah.
natural about stuff because, I don't want to put a bunch of chemicals in my body. I'm very careful about what I eat and where I eat because, whether you realize it or not, the food that we're fed today in the United States is chemicals. It's full of steroids.
It's
I don't
poison.
eat processed chicken
Poison. Yes.
because
I
I know
agree.
what they put in chicken. You know what I mean? But going back to like DMT, a lot of people don't realize that your body produces that naturally.
Yes.
Your body naturally produces DMT. Like your brain
does.
produces it. That's something
That's
that's
what-
in your body.
Well, that's what makes you dream. DMT is released into your
Right.
bloodstream, and that's what gives you your visualization of dreams. And that's what a DMT trip
Absolutely.
is kind of like.
It's a little bit more intense than that.
Oh,
but
right. I said
you know what I'm
kinda.
saying, though.
I put kind of in there, but yes.
Yeah, it's really intense, but
I mean,
again,
think
it's not
about
for
it.
everyone. And
Yeah,
like,
do not do it if you don't know. No, don't
Yeah.
do it. I don't suggest it for anybody.
and don't do it alone. Completely. I'm not saying anybody go out there and hunt down DMT. First of all, it's not hard. It's not easy to find. And second of all, it's expensive.
Yeah, I agree
So-
with you guys that I have to go along with what Draw said. Welcome, Doc, by the way. That I have seen a lot of different things and heard different things about the studies of different types of drugs like this being very helpful in some senses when it's regulated, of course. And that's why it's because I have to say that I kind of agree with Golf with what she's saying about the legalization of certain things, because right now these people are going to get them no matter what they do. If they want it, they're going to go get it. So the problem is why we're losing so many people is because getting them off the street, they have been tainted with things like fentanyl and other stuff like that, and they're dying from that. So if they're regulated by the government, that's not going to be that way, and we'll be able. It'll work out in some senses that way as well, from what I'm saying. You know what I mean? So that I agree with, and I think the therapies where they are regulated, microdosing and stuff like that, is very. It could be a very lucrative thing in a lot of different ways for a lot of different people in mental health aspects and with addicts, with different things, guys. It could definitely help out. So
Exactly.
I do have to
And I'm
agree
not
with you on
promoting
that.
people to go out here and find a cow field and
No.
harvest your own mushrooms.
No,
Like,
not
that's
at all.
That's not my
Even though
point.
it's a good idea.
Oh.
I mean,
But
it's a lot
no,
cheaper,
no,
but
yeah,
but that's
but
not my point. Is just that
we
the things
experiment
that
with worse
here
drugs.
naturally and your brain produces naturally, it's all to everybody. Like, I'm a smoker, so some people that's a really bad thing for their health. They can't smoke. I smoke like freight train. That's my choice. I smoked weed for 30 years of my life and just set it down one day, and I haven't smoked since. I grew up in a different time. I grew up where we did LSD and we ate mushrooms and we did
Oh,
all
yeah.
of those things.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
I mean, come on, I ain't got nothing to hide. I tell you, I've seen zebra print skies more times than I can count. You know what I mean? So,
Brag.
Yeah,
but that
chalkboards
was a
that melt in
different
front of your
time than
face.
it
Yeah,
is now. But you
been
have
there, done that.
countries like
I
look up
don't
a
even.
documentary of Canada. I don't even remember what the name. I'll have to get the name of the documentary. But there's a documentary about Canada, how they made all these hard drugs legal.
Mhm.
And then, you know, you can go and instead of what we have a methadone clinic here to keep somebody from using, you can go to these places and they give it to you for free.
We have it
Look
here
at how
too.
many
Yeah.
look how many people have done away with themselves right there at their fingertips.
The
Mm-hmm.
only problem that I have with
They
that,
also have kits that you can order. If you
Yeah.
decide that you just can't do life anymore, oh, I'm done with life, you can
I
order
think
a
that
kit and have somebody bring it to you.
I think that's perfectly okay. 110%. I stand behind that. And I know I'm probably the side not to go down that conversation, but I personally feel that dignity should be given to anybody. And I think that those who choose to end their life with firearms are not given the dignity that they deserve, or those that decide to use other manners in which leave them hard to see. You know, and I think that you have the right to die with dignity. I don't think that, you know, I don't necessarily say, oh, go do it. It's the right thing to do. But we got to start understanding that people are people and they're not animals, and we should be able to give them the dignity that they deserve. Otherwise, they leave horrible memories for those that had to find them or see it or whatever. And I think there's a big difference there. If you go on YouTube and you watch some videos, at least they used to be on there, I don't know if they are now, of people that do that and they have their family around and they have people there and then they make that decision, those people aren't scarred. They're left with a memory of, you know, they made this decision and they have answers and there's no unanswered questions. You understand what I'm saying? Because everybody has to deal with that person's choice. And it is their choice, whether they're driven there or not. It is what it is.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
at the same time, you should have the dignity to be able to live your life as well,
that's really,
not
that's,
just end it.
well,
Because, and here's the problem, as I say again, and I'll jump off after this. As a patient that receives chemo, I do not have the option of any natural means to fight my chemo in this day and age because of restrictions.
Right.
And I am not a drug user. I don't even like drugs. I don't smoke weed. But if that was given as an option, don't you think I would take that instead of
Sure.
hardcore chemo drugs that I'm getting in my body?
well, can
Why
I,
are we not giving that opportunity? So it's the same,
Listen,
same.
yeah, and I agree with you. I have to say the one thing about what Truth just said, I do partially agree with is in that sense what you were talking about, Mom, with those kits and stuff like that. If you have somebody that is stage 4, 5, uncurable cancer that is in absolute misery and pain, you know, this is it. They should have the option to deal with that the way they choose to, with that form of dignity in that sense, without walking off, which I've seen happen, and walking into the woods and
yeah,
taking a firearm and doing it that way because they don't know what else to do with they don't want their family to see them go down that way. And I understand that psychologically, okay? Therefore, in that sense, I guess that goes back to the Kevorkian thing, I guess. I don't know, but I do understand that philosophy of it. I'll say that much, Truth. So I'll go with you on that part of it.
until you watch somebody live their last days
I
suffering,
have.
you know what I mean? It really is a
Oh,
different point of view when you
Okay.
think, all right, Mom, good to see you.
Take
sorry,
care,
guys. I have to
Monster.
go
Thank
rescue
you.
my Mustang. It's been in the shop all day and they finally called. So I got to go get my
Oh,
car.
do your
Freaks
thing.
me
Do
out.
your thing. Thank you for joining
All
us today. I
right.
appreciate
Thank you
you
guys for
very much.
having me. Love y'all.
Great
Love chat. You
conversation.
guys all make good
Yes, ma'am.
choices.
Bye. I'm off too. Bye.
All right, Golf. Take care. Thank you very much for your input too.
Bye.
Thank you, both of you.
Well, I feel like everybody left us.
Well, I'm about to shut her down anyway. We've been up for a while, but this has been a really amazing conversation. I did get out everything I wanted to. A little bit more that I was going to show, but it really doesn't make a difference because I think everybody has the gist of what's going on with the Micah Miller case. Everybody has put a lot of their thoughts out on what they believe is going on. Are you still here, Mama Bear? Did you fall asleep? There she is. But did you have anything to add to anything that we've talked about here at all before we?
No, not really. It was a very interesting to
It
listen to,
was.
though.
It definitely. Oh, yeah. I got it. He did it. I got you. You're a funny guy, Truth. Anyway, so I think that was a very interesting conversation. conversation. I'm sorry. There's some things that I agree with, some things I disagree with, and I think everybody has that feeling. But that's what it's all about, guys. Is we can sit here, have adult conversations, agree and disagree. I see you laughing down there. You're a funny guy. Agree to disagree about things and still leave as friends at the end of the day. That's what's important. And I really appreciate everybody being able to do that. That means a lot, and it shows a lot. So, I don't know what the plan is, if I'm going to be back in here tonight or not, but I may be. We'll see. But I want to thank everybody that jumped in here today. It was an very, very, very interesting panel. Great panel. It's wonderful to have Mama Bear here with me today as well. I'm super happy about that. I really loved the conversation. I really did. It shows how amazing this community is and the people that are in it. And the way that we can all interact and conversate and make things make sense, I guess you could say. So once again, everybody in here, guys, thank you so very much for joining me today. You are very, very much appreciated in every aspect. And can't wait to get back with you guys again. So I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Mama Bear, you as well. I just ate a great iguana. What the heck are you talking about, Cassie? Good to see you, Cass. Other than that, guys, please, like I said, have an amazing rest of your day. If I don't see you tomorrow, to all you awesome mothers, happy Mother's Day. Have the best day you possibly can. That goes for you too, Mama Bear. I'm sure I'll send you something anyway. But
alrighty.
Thank you again for joining me, guys. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Please don't change a thing about yourselves, because you are the beautiful people. And I will see you all so very soon. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys. Love you all. I'll see you hopefully again sooner rather than later. If I don't see you tonight or tomorrow, happy Mother's Day to everybody. And I'll see you later. Bye-bye.
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 Bye-bye. Not yet. Okay.